think all of them, but you know, typically a letter of interest is most of what we ask of somebody who's interested in being on a committee. I guess I feel a little bit, Jamie and I had a conversation the other day. I feel a little bit like I would be, for me personally, putting my confidence in you to manage this committee appropriately. I mean, I think that, you know, clearly we have a lot of good and qualified applicants or people who are interested in being on this committee. I think that the nature of this committee is such that whoever is chairing it and or supervising it is going to have to be really cautious and be very thoughtful about what the mandate of the committee is and what the role is in town. I mean, I think that you know, my biggest question about sort of how this committee is going to not necessarily function, but what its role is going to be, is that it doesn't, a committee of this nature does not clearly fit into any of our statutory select board duties. So what does it fit into, and how does it work? You know, sort of what's the goal, and how does that interface with the select board and the town and the duties of the select board and the town? And I think that for me, that would be a question that I would ask. If I were asking the questions, I would ask the committee to answer that question first. Because I don't, you know, very basically, we're running a business here, as you know. We are not typically particularly politically active, and in my opinion, shouldn't necessarily be particularly politically active. So sort of, again, where the committee, how this group decides to manage themselves and interact with the town and what that role would be, I think falls largely on you, honestly, because you're the one who's been organizing it. And I think we need to be very cautious to not have a committee that is going beyond sort of the bounds of what a select board should be doing in the context of being the sort of supervisory body of a municipality. And so what that looks like, I don't know. That doesn't have anything directly to do with the people who would be on that committee, but I think that in the decision making of appointing people to that committee is consideration of what sort of the goals are. I mean, I worry a little bit that there's a potential for significant sort of agenda of political activism, which is great in one way, but again, we are not charged as select board members with being political activists. So how that sort of, what that relationship is not 100% clear to me. And I'm just expressing my opinion about it.
I feel a lot of the same things. Questions I would like to ask you and anybody else who wants to be on the board. I don't know how to ask because I don't even know what the mission of this committee is, and I don't know what the limitations of it are. Obviously, you know way more about this than I do, and are passionate about it and about activism and all that. But how does that work well under the, for lack of a better word, jurisdiction of a select board that's really limited? So your role is really just advising. So it may be that whatever your passion is doesn't get a chance to express itself through us because of our limitations, and how you serve us is just advisory. And I can't ask you questions about that because the committee hasn't even been formed yet, and we don't even really know what we're going to charge it with. Okay. So it's kind of, we're kind of putting the cart in front of the horse here. That's how it feels to me.
And so we actually have a purpose. The purpose is the Equity and Inclusion Committee is to identify and advise the Select Board on addressing inequities and encouraging inclusive practices in town services, programs, human resource practices, and decision-making processes. The goal is to ensure that all residents, town employees, and visitors receive equal treatment and opportunity regardless of, but not limited to, race, color, religion, ancestry, national origin, income, wealth, veteran status, sexual orientation, age, marital status, familial status, disability, gender identity, and gender expression. I don't see anything political in there. So I do understand your concerns, and I will just reiterate that this committee is responsible to answer to us. So they can't do anything on their own. So, and I'm willing to take the responsibility that
There we go.
you're asking of
There we
me.
go. That's what, I mean,
That's really what I mean.
What limitations? You said, you talked about limitations? What limitations?
We don't really have any authority to have any jurisdiction over anything than running the business of the town.
Okay.
And it seems like this could possibly include a much bigger scope of things than running the business of the town.
and I think that the mission, as you just clearly stated, is very clearly related to how it interacts, or how that, sort of what that relationship would be. I don't know. I mean, you know, it's a new realm for us. So what it ends up looking like over time, I don't know. And I guess I feel like I'm excited that there are people who are interested and willing and able to be on a committee doing this. I'm still not sure. You know, when you look at this and how it fits into what we do in our role on the select board, our scope is somewhat limited. So, what the goal of the committee will be, I guess, is what will come out over time.
I agree. So. Hi, Jamie.
Hi, Laura. Hi, Josh. Hi, Dave.
Jamie.
Hi, Karen.
Hi, Jamie.
In person, I'm still learning your name.
Alyssa.
Alyssa. Hi, Alyssa.
So we were just doing very brief interviews, and
Okay, great. Sorry I'm late. Transition to one parent to the next parent wasn't as smooth this evening.
can you speak to why you want to serve on this committee real quickly?
Yes, happily. Is there any criteria I should include in the response? Is there anything specific?
No, I mean, so far, we've been very loose with what we're asking, you know, sort of
Okay.
whether you have questions, comments, what, you know, I mean, you and I have spoken, and
Yeah.
I think you've obviously spoken with Laura,
Yeah.
and sort of why you're interested.
So I'm Jamie Comtois, and I live in Putney, and I have, I think for about 6 years now, as the result of giving birth to a little boy at the same time that an African American friend of mine gave birth, that I transitioned my consciousness from saying that issues of race and racism that were around us were concepts that I cared about and that I was engaged with on some level, but not actively. I really transitioned into these two boys that I was help raising side by side. I started recognizing that their experience was going to be different, that I started listening and watching and to my friend, and I started recognizing that my experience and my future for my white son seemed that my friend was articulating her experience in a very different way, and what raising her son and what was possible in his future looked like. And it transformed me from somebody who thought about many of the issues that are integrated into our communities and our families and our society into something that was very visceral and real and raw in my daily life. And so I started studying, because as I was doing that work, I was sticking my foot in my mouth, and then sticking my foot in my mouth, and then sticking my foot in my mouth, and thinking, as many people who intend to do the right thing, that I was also harming and being, I didn't understand how what I thought was helping wasn't necessarily helping. So I've spent about 5 years actively doing anti-racism work and educating myself. And I saw something recently that said, all systems, and I'm going to butcher the quote, but it was like, all systems in the United States actually have an intent, and they actually have an outcome. And that unless you actively work on bias, that you're benefiting from systems of inequality that have been built off of hundreds and hundreds of years of a legal system that has really embedded bias and oppression and extraction. And so I thought, it's not enough to say that I'm, trying to help. It's that I have to learn how. And so one of the things that got me really excited was, over the years, I've met this woman named Laura Chapman, and I was like, who are you? And so one of the things I've loved finding is people in our communities who want to do this work together and collaboratively, and who have looked for ways to do the work together. And so in a lot of community groups, we've worked collaboratively. And then one of the new movements I was starting to see is, how do we do anti-bias and anti-oppression work within organizations? And I happen to be married to a woman who is doing this within the food co-op movement. And so she's working with national leaders and regional leaders to really bring down to the interactions at the store, to how groups of people are actually giving loans disproportionately to only white communities, and that even though there's food deserts in many communities of color, loans aren't being given to any of these communities. And so she's starting to look, as somebody who's a part of finance organizations, about how inequity and some of these systems that we've built over hundreds of years in the United States are impacting today's businesses and practices. And so she's working with these amazing trainers all over the country to work with businesses to start to look at that work. And so I've learned a ton from her, from an organizational perspective and a business perspective, on how do you bring this work down to the nitty-gritty. And now I see movements in Vermont and elsewhere in the United States to do this work at a municipal level. And so I'm just really excited both to learn. I just served on the school board, and so I'm starting to be a Robert's Rules nerd, and even though I was kind of a Robert's Rules nerd a little bit before that, because the co-op movement does the same thing. And I've served on boards, I've done a number of creation of groups. I think one of the critical things to help groups like this succeed is creating good process, transparent process, that we would figure out what our goals are, that we would create some ways and norms of communicating with each other that felt good and respectful to everybody in the group. Those kinds of things, I think, make and break the work of communities, towns, organizations, businesses. And so those are things that I keep trying to get better and better at, and I would be really excited to apply myself to this. And I love Putney, and I just see the, all these amazing people who are just busting to do amazing things in our region, and I'm feeling like this is just one of those moments. I was talking to a statewide leader today, and they were like, I'm just seeing so much movement, and people are being really creative, and things are transforming, and it's happening, and it's happening in a new and a different way. And I was just like, I'm glad to hear that. Because they were looking at it from the 30,000 foot view. And I was like, I kind of sometimes feel like I'm like nose, nose to the grindstone. So anyway, I don't know if that answered the question specifically enough, but that's kind of my flow. And that being said, this group has a pretty wide mandate. I only spoke to a small component of it, and I fell in love with a woman when I was 30. I'm 43 now, and I had imaginings because of growing up in a very conservative family and a conservative community, and I imagined how things were going to go for me. And it's been a very interesting road. Things weren't nearly as bad as I imagined they were going to be, but in places that mattered, I didn't know how hard things were going to be. I have had to adopt my children so that my family's protected and my kids aren't taken away from me when I cross state borders, when I go to visit family in other states. And that's weird, to adopt one's children. And so I've had to learn that geographical boundaries and state government and federal government and even local government has a profound impact on my life, and that the way that my rights intersect with systems is profound. And so I've actually had to do some transformational work on the fact that when I went through the adoption process of my children, I had to fill out forms that were created by the state of Vermont that were psychologically damaging, to be quite honest. The way that I was asked questions, the things that I was, the way I was asked to report information, and the way I was asked to justify my relationship with my own children I was like, what? I was like, how do I have to answer that? I was like, are heterosexual couples and straight, I'm like, who's asked these questions? These are really intimate questions. I was like, so I've also been on the personal level on the receiving end of systems that have not been updated maybe in 10 or 20 years. So I really feel like we have these little opportunities and glimpses to update our way of interacting, and we're fully capable of it. And sometimes somebody just has to say, this isn't working, and I've got a Word PDF, a PDF on my desktop that I recreated the form in a way that I'm not gonna have to go to a counselor for the next 10 years to process what I just filled out. So anyway, I think that's it.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions?
I don't.
Okay. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve the slate of 9 candidates for the Equity and Inclusion Committee. And do we have all their names? Thank you. Nancy Browse, John Johnson, Ann Beekman, Christopher Irian, Jamie Comtois, Stephen Gillum, Mark Thurman, Angela Burkfield, and Lisa Munoz. Thank you.
I will say that I don't know most of them. I haven't read the letters yet. And I'm pretty much relying on you to make this choice.
Have letters been
I haven't gotten
available to you?
Letters were in your packet
Some.
2 weeks ago.
Some, yeah,
I
not
did.
all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, the ones that we had.
Yeah.
Would
Yeah.
you like to take a quick moment to read these
Sure, I'd
letters?
love to. That'd be
Okay.
great. So,
Here's-
thank you.
There was a resume too from Lisa.
Yeah,
Now,
I
Nancy,
think I know.
Let me go-
the equity
let me grab
inclusion
my
for the
packet.
school.
I have it all together.
No,
No,
it's Lisa Munoz.
Lisa, okay.
Nancy Krause owns everyone's
Yep.
books, and
They're all
yeah,
here.
we're used to.
I think I'm at a disadvantage here just because my world is so small and I don't know it. So it's hard for me to feel super comfortable.
Stefan, did everybody sign in on that?
Jamie has not.
She knows.
Jamie, here you are. Yeah.
Would you just walk up and down it? It's like 5 times.
Some of the students walk over there, they love it. They love it. It's about time.
So exciting.
Yeah, it's a good thing. I think it's a really, really good thing. I see kids walking down even after dark, so it's convenient for them.
So awesome. Changes the whole thing. I've seen this.
Okay.
In an exercise.
You can't know them through a piece of paper any more than that. What can I say?
No, I mean, you know, you put your confidence in, you know, it's clear that everybody is well-intended.
Exactly.
I mean, there's no- you know,
Absolutely.
So I think we see how it works out.
Yeah.
So, second to the you seconded
I'll second
it.
it, yeah.
Any further discussion? So this, it's been moved and seconded to approve the slate of, so you're not technically
I'm just gonna be a
appointed, but you're the
representative.
representative
Yep.
from the board. Nancy Browse, John Johnson, Ann Beekman, Christopher Arian, Jamie Comtois, Stephen Gillum, Mark Thurman, Angela Burkfield, and Lisa Munoz. So all those in favor?
Aye.
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 And I hope it goes well.
Yeah.
Me too. I'm sure it will. I have confidence in
Yeah, no, and
this
I
group
just,
of people.
yeah, no, I think, again, it's obviously a very well-intended group. I think that sort of that question that I feel like I keep asking of what the relationship between this committee and town, and I know we have it on a piece of paper and I understand that, but the reality of what this group may be doing and how they interface with town employees, et cetera, will be interesting to find out and see what the mission evolves to.
Well,
So-
I think we have the best group to do that work at this point. So, thank you.
I wanted to just say something that's a good time.
Sure.
I was thinking about some of the books I've been reading that have been really profound in my learning process, and I wondered if maybe one of the things we could do as a body was figure out something that we could look at collaboratively. And I know there's a lot of research that Laura's done looking at, what's the town manager's name in Brattleboro? Peter Elwell. So Peter Elwell has done a ton of work and research, and so there's so many cool things we could read collectively, because I think one of the opportunities is that we will need to learn together so that we have a common language. And then, so I'm just putting that out there, that I'm already in my mind saying, what are some ways that we could do that together? And so hopefully employees and select board and members of the committee, as resources kind of pop up and people are like, ooh, did you see this? Ooh, did you see this? We could have a way of sharing stuff that we're seeing, because there's, I had another chance to talk to Susanna Davis at the executive director of racial equity in the state of Vermont today, and she was just telling me some of the cool things that are going on in Vermont right now, and I'm like, we have so many counterparts now, so I'm just like, we will have opportunities for being like, I heard this, did you hear this? So I think that could be cool.
Well, first I feel like this committee needs to get training in how to be a committee, a municipal committee, because there are rules that we have to work within. But one of the things that I'm really excited for is taking a deep dive into what other communities are doing that have similar committees and groups within them. So,
Yeah.
and then
I'm excited to look at a lot of the research that you spent the last year doing.
I hope that everybody's willing to do that. No. Well, thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for participating.
Are we excused?
Yes,
Oh, it's not like that.
No, you can stay now.
you're welcome to stay for as much or as little as you choose.
Yes, thank you for taking the time.
If you stay without needing to, I'm gonna wonder. Okay?
Karen, thank you
All right.
for all.
So,
I'll send you an email.
I'm getting ready.
All right. 22.
Dog incident, Westminster Road.
So in your packet, there was a dog incident last week, and I just want you to be aware of it. Not that I expect any action from the board, because this is a civil matter, but 2 dogs chased and killed some turkeys and ducks up on Westminster Road. In your packet are the details. The deputy sheriff is aware of it. Do you know who the person that had the dogs?
Sorry, say it again.
Who has the dogs, whether they belong to him, we haven't confirmed that yet.
Right.
He may have been dog sitting.
Got it.
Okay, I put a call into him, I have no return phone call from him. Our ACO, Josh Emond, is aware of the situation as well. State statute 3545, right to kill domestic pets or wolf hybrids. If anyone has livestock and a dog or wolf hybrid is chasing and killing their animals, they have the right to shoot and kill the dog. So people need to be educated about this statute, because you may find that some people will take action.
Yeah, I hope the owner of the dog is, offering to make compensation for losses. But
Who was
that's
the
not
owner?
up to us.
Who was the owner of the dogs?
I don't have confirmation, but the person who supposedly was dog sitting is Alex James. He's down on, behind the mill here.
So where did it, the dogs had come from here and gone up there?
Yeah, yeah. And it's not the first time that the property owner had issues with dogs.
This
Yeah.
property owner?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. These turkeys and ducks were also in an enclosed, like, house. Like,
When
you
the
know,
attack happened,
Yeah.
they're in the house,
Yeah.
the dogs broke
yeah,
into
in
the house.
their actual coop.
Coop.
Yeah. And there's electric fence around them too, so the dogs push the fence over. The property owner was out there trying to salvage her turkeys, and one of the dogs came around the corner and was aggressive to her. Didn't attack her, but if it had been a dog bite to a human right away, we would take action.
Right.
But because it's a domestic animal, and it's not okay, I'm not, saying that this is okay, but I want the board to be aware there is another dog incident, and
This is really interesting.
we're trying to find out who actually owns the 2 dogs and whether or not they're registered in town of Putney.
911 advised her to try and personally restrain the dogs. That's interesting.
Yeah. So the state police will not respond to domestic animal calls.
And so because it was animal to animal,
Correct.
it isn't our responsibility or Josh's, but what do we typically do in a situation like that?
Well, we're still trying to confirm who the owner of the dogs
I get
are. So it's, even though it happened almost a week ago,
Yeah.
one would think we could get this information quickly, but it doesn't happen that way. So dog on dog, they could be considered aggressive, but, a complaint would have to be filed to the select board. And then, how do you define aggressive?
Right.
If it's a dog that bit a child, attacked a child, then that's a totally different situation.
Right.
And a dog biting somebody, an owner, that's something we wouldn't intervene with either.
Right.
So there's certain situations, but this particular incident definitely is a civil matter. Restitution to the property owner for the loss of their livestock,
Right.
because those were Thanksgiving turkeys. And it's about $2,000 worth of damage,
Got it.
but,
Yep, and even though that's not our responsibility or jurisdiction. it's-
but
so
if those two
My opinion
dogs,
is the right thing to do.
right,
but-
so if those two dogs do it a second time, if they don't get shot first,
And that's the thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, absolutely.
unfortunately, that's, that's not our jurisdiction,
Right.
Right.
that's not up to us. Although, so, yeah.
It's unfortunate.
I mean, it's,
It is
certainly Mark and Katie would have been well within their rights to dispatch these dogs.
Mm-hmm.
And I know nobody wants to do that. I don't know these dogs personally, but of course, once a dog gets a taste of something like this, that can be encouraging, and that's not a good sign.
they appear to be Siberian Huskies from the photo that was on Facebook. And, that breed does, it's in them to do that.
Hi.
Hi.
So I'm just bringing
You've
this-
already been appointed, so I don't know whether you want to say.
I go home and cook.
Yeah. We didn't expect you, Ann.
I told Laura I would try if
Yeah,
the
yeah.
session ended,
Yeah.
and it did mercifully, because someone else had another meeting afterwards.
All right, well, congratulations.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
I guess one question I have on the dog thing is that when it happened before, what happened? What was the outcome of that? When the dog, not.
Well, the first time,
Right,
I don't know, because I wasn't here.
I got it,
It's-
me either, so I don't know if anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember that coming to our attention, but I may just not be remembering it. I don't think it came up as a town issue with that. I mean, I remember dog issues,
Right.
but not with those guys, so I don't.
I
I'm
bring
not-
this,
This is new to
yeah,
me.
I bring this to the board too, because I did get a few phone calls from residents, and, they're reluctant to like walk their dogs, because if we have these type of dogs just roaming, they don't feel safe.
Let's hope that this goes out and whoever is caring for the dogs or owning the dogs hears that and takes
Yeah.
it seriously and then
Yeah,
does a more responsible job keeping the
Yeah,
dogs.
no,
And
and
that's the idea.
Right.
but we're also, I mean, there is a leash law in town. I mean, those dogs are not allowed to be out wandering,
Right.
so
and in that area, I think that leash law is,
still intact, I
Yes,
believe so,
yes,
because it's
yes.
village.
yes.
Yeah.
I
Yep,
don't remember what their designation is, but it's
Yeah.
it's like village outskirts or
It
something,
goes all the way
Residential,
past
yeah.
the school,
Yeah.
I believe.
down,
Yeah.
stand
Goes up to
down,
Brian's
yes,
house, doesn't it?
yep.
Mhm.
somewhere in
Yeah.
there.
So,
Yeah.
So if we can find out who the dogs were, we can issue a ticket, can't we? Through the ACO?
I can issue, some
And
ticket
or I think you
citations.
can, Katie, or not.
Well, I haven't, well, no, because you're designated, certain
Right.
people are designated.
Yeah.
The thing with writing a ticket is if they don't pay it, then whoever wrote it goes to court, okay? Otherwise, it just gets thrown out. So if you write a ticket, you're gonna write it for more than $50, because you're gonna make it,
Otherwise, it's not worth it,
Right.
right?
so, I mean, is it worth our time to write a ticket and they don't pay it because financially they can't?
Well,
Or they
we
don't.
don't know that.
Right.
Yeah,
Or they don't want to, because they don't feel they're at fault,
But if we never write tickets,
yeah, I would tend to,
I feel like that's the least we can do for,
Well, there's
This
a workshop
situation.
coming up December 4th in Montpelier about writing civil citations, so I think you and I should go. Because I need another workshop in my life.
what is that?
December 4th. I will share the information with you.
Please do, all right.
Because I'm not clear on the process when you write a ticket.
well, I think that, the issue we've always had with it, as you're pointing out, is enforcement. I mean, where do you go with it?
Right.
But I think Laura's point is valid, and maybe you'll learn more about it at this. You know, if we don't write any tickets, then what's the point of being able to? And maybe, you know, I mean, that's an ongoing discussion. I
Right.
agree with you
Right.
that when it
There's-
comes down to, you know, although an infraction of this scale seems to me, it could warrant a fairly sizable ticket. I
Well,
mean,
there's
these
two
dogs
dogs
were
involved,
unleashed,
so you
exactly. There's
could
two
do-
dogs, they were
right.
unleashed, they attacked domestic, you know,
Right.
but I don't know, I mean, I don't think we have a clear enough, you know, this doesn't happen enough in
Right.
Putney for us to know what that ticket should be for how much, you know, what,
Right.
so.
Seems to me that what we hope for is that the owners or the people caring for the dog will act
Take
responsibly.
responsibility.
And
Yes.
the real need for, or the desire of a ticket or any kind of citation is to get them to act responsibly towards
Right.
the dogs and
Right.
towards the loss of the
Absolutely
property owner.
correct.
So maybe we don't need that. Let's
Right.
hope we don't
Right.
need that. But
No.
if no response is made and people aren't reassured that the dogs are restrained and it's safe so people can walk and something isn't done on the part of the owners or the caretakers for the dogs,
Right.
then maybe something does have to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, an invitation for them to step up.
I also think we should be careful about applying rules as we feel like it. Like, I think that if we,
Have a rule.
yeah, we
no,
should
I
apply
agree.
it, so.
Right.
But that, yeah, go ahead.
So that's
That's
all I
in
had.
the policy, yes.
And if any legislators are watching, although this doesn't come up often, it comes up often enough. And
It's a problem.
yes, we really could use some help on a state
Yeah,
level
no,
to address
I agree.
these issues.
No, and I think that sort of what I was saying about it not happening enough, and, you know, I mean, how much is a ticket for? You know, what do we intend to do for enforcement? I mean,
Right.
if we write a $500 ticket,
Right.
then that's well worth enforcing in a situation like this. And I totally agree with you that we can't arbitrarily decide rules. But what's that break point of us for where we write a ticket and for how much and why? And once we decide that, which I think our animal advisory board
I was
had
gonna
worked on that. and I
segue
don't,
into
exactly.
that. So it's on our agenda, but
Yeah,
there's a draft ordinance for animal control.
yeah,
The Animal Advisory Board worked on it for quite a while. It went to the attorney's office for review. It's on my desk to contact Abby and meet with the advisory committee. Let them review the comments, and then we will probably start doing public hearings. Because I think this is
about animals.
about the draft
Oh, yeah, yeah. okay,
ordinance.
Yeah,
Because I think you're gonna get a lot of people that are gonna have something to say about it once they review it. So that is coming up, and we'd like to get that.
yeah, and that's still, at least what I've seen so far, that doesn't address sort of fines and volume. I mean, it defines.
The
it
draft
defines-
does.
Does it,
But
it addresses when we can fine or not fine, but it doesn't
And how
say.
much.
Oh, it does?
It does
Okay,
state
I
how
haven't
much,
seen- I
yes.
haven't seen
Yeah,
that.
you
Okay.
have not seen it, and
Okay,
once I meet with them,
yeah,
then I'll get you the draft.
okay,
And then I'll probably have them here as well in a meeting.
yeah. No, it's frustrating though. I mean, I think that, you know, to Laura's point that we should apply the rule if we have it. You know, these things do come up often enough. And every time we sort of sit here going, well, I don't know what to do, and it's, and it,
But
you
your
know,
enforcement is.
enforcement
you're
is
right
totally an issue.
Yes,
No, I get it,
yes,
and
yes.
also, but I also would agree with Laura as far as statutorily from a legislative level.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's so not clear to me whether in a situation like this, we should write a ticket, we should be, and when law enforcement won't have anything
Right.
to do
So
with any
that's
of it,
right,
sort of what's the
right.
point? And
Yeah.
you know, where does that fall on us as a select board to say, you know, I mean, we want to take this responsibility seriously, but our hands are kind of tied. I mean, you know, what are we supposed to do?
Yeah.
You know, we write a
It's-
ticket and then it
yeah.
doesn't go anywhere, we don't have any ability to enforce it.
Yep.
You know, your time, if it's gonna go to court and we're not gonna recoup, you know, I mean, I don't know, it's.
We're not
There's
empowered
not
to
good
do
answers.
much.
No, exactly, and I'm not sure we should be, but
Right.
somebody should be.
Yes.
Because things like this, again, they happen and
Right.
they shouldn't, and there should be a way of enforcing it. You know, again, the landowners could have enforced this, and you know, any number of different reasons they would have chosen to or not to, and I'm not recommending they should have, but that is the recourse that's readily available to them. You know, sort of what's our role in that? Nothing, I don't think. I mean, you know, I don't know, but this is significant, you know?
It is.
And dogs, you know, it seems more often than not, we have these sort of, whether they're licensed or not, they're sort of semi-transient dogs of we're not sure who owns them and why they're not here, and,
Right.
you know, are here, and,
Yeah.
you know, that's a problem for us. And then,
It is.
but that compounds that whole issue of enforcement too. I mean, it's like if we can't even figure out who the dog belongs to,
Yeah.
we don't even know yet who we would write a ticket to. And that
Right.
was the case in the last one. It was, you know, oh, well, we're keeping it, but we don't live here. And,
Right,
you know,
right.
there were a whole sort of bunch of circumstances where it was like,
Yeah.
well, what do we do? So, yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
The state should be taking this on in a bigger way. But,
Well, Michael Murphy is aware of this incident as well, because he did get an email, so, not from our office, but, so people they know about
paying
it.
attention to it.
And it's on Facebook and,
Well, I'm sorry for Mark and Katie. This is,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
really a bummer.
so I'll keep you posted if anything develops that, you know,
Yeah, I mean, for me, reading this, you know, I mean, it's a bummer on the level that they lost the turkeys and ducks, you know, I mean, that's a significant financial burden but just, you know, clearly feeling threatened by somebody else's dogs on your property, that's a
Right.
pretty
Yeah.
unpleasant scenario.
Yeah.
There's a lot of trauma there.
Yeah, absolutely.
and we have documentation, so we kind of have to, you know, I'm acknowledging that this happened.
Yeah, I guess the one other question we would want to answer is there, I mean, they're Siberian Huskies, I'm like, is there any wolf hybrid aspect to it? And if so, does that play a different role in the likelihood of them being second-time offenders? I don't know.
I'm just
I
hoping
know
they
that's
have
come up in
rabies
other
shots,
places.
you
Yeah,
know?
exactly.
That
They
they're
said they had
back,
collars but didn't see tags, is that what I read?
yeah,
Something like
yeah.
that, yeah.
I'm hoping they're vaccinated.
Has Josh actually seen the dogs? Has anyone besides the people in the incident seen the dogs? Has anybody actually seen if they're restrained?
No,
mean-
it's just like,
It seems like
Yeah,
Yeah.
they just
it's hard.
wandering around up there. I'm just dealing with it. I mean,
All
I'm
right.
saying, putting that out there to hopefully the person that's responsible for these dogs will go.
Thanks,
get them
Maria.
and people will-
See ya.
Were you here for a,
No, I'm just here.
Oh,
Just here.
thank you for,
Appreciate what you do.
yes, thank you.
See ya.
All right.
Okay, so lease agreement for Putney Historical Society. Now, it's clear that council had
Yes.
some suggestions about this, and
Yes.
I'm thinking we should
Yeah.
probably pay attention to those suggestions.
Do you want my copy, because it's in blue?
These are additions that he recommended, is that right?
Those are
Or
changes.
omissions
Yep,
that he
yep.
recommended?
He's
Okay.
made changes.
And this has not yet gone back to the Historical Society
It has
after
not.
those changes
It
were
has
made?
not. I
Right.
brought it to your attention first.
Yeah,
So I drafted the lease, they went through it, and recommendation is,
not to have it be a long-term, it seemed to me the one that was most important was for it not to be a super long-term lease.
correct. He mentioned having a 2-year lease.
Yeah,
Now, the Historical Society's looking for a 99-year lease.
right.
So I'm not sure how they're gonna respond to the draft.
what is his, I mean, I can see obvious concerns with being locked into a 99-year lease. law can change in 99 years.
Well, it can, we may not own the building,
Yeah.
in 10 years.
That seemed to be, to me,
Yes.
that seemed to be his biggest concern,
Right.
is that it raises issues, occupancy versus ownership over time raises issues of, I think for all practical purposes, sort of squatters' rights and what that looks
Right.
like.
Right,
Obviously, if we're leasing it to them, it's not squatters' rights, but if they have a 99-year lease and we decide to sell the building, we've saddled somebody with a problem.
right, yep,
I definitely understand their sentiment of wanting a 99-year lease, but I think I can certainly say from my perspective that I think if we sign a 2-year lease, that it would be under the assumption that that's going to get renewed indefinitely for as long as,
correct.
the one question I would have on the other side of that is, does that hamper their ability to get grant money? And I don't know.
It may, I'm not sure, but that's probably gonna be a thought.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll come up in discussion.
Yeah,
So maybe we look at a 5-year.
yeah, exactly. I was going to say, or maybe
Right.
even a 12 or 15, whatever, whatever enhances their ability to garner grant money and doesn't saddle us with a
Right,
seemingly
Yeah.
longer. But I would also assume that the lease can be written in a way such that, maybe they have first option to, a refusal.
Right.
But otherwise, if the building sells, the lease is terminated. I don't know how that works.
Yeah.
That's up to,
yeah.
that
So-
would be up to.
That's what we have in front of us, and if you'd like, I can send it to Putney Historical Society. I'm sure they're gonna have to have a meeting, discuss that.
Yeah.
This is no different than what you sent in our packet.
No,
Okay.
no,
Um,
bless you.
Excuse me. Yeah, I don't know whether we want to, sort of how we want to present it to them. Whether we want to
You wanna
present
invite
it
them?
marked up, or whether we just send them a copy of a different lead. I mean, we might, just for the ease, I'm in the middle of this process in a different situation.
Yeah,
And it's really hard when you have
Yes.
one in front of you and the other one in front of you to say, well, what are the changes? So the
Right.
marked up copy is very helpful, but I don't think we want to necessarily sort of invite,
I agree with you.
marking up again and response and back.
Right.
I think essentially we want to come up with a lease that we propose and present it. Maybe we want to give them a marked up copy to just, so we can say, this is how we got from A to B, but B is what we're hoping for, and then see sort of what their response is. Does
Did
that-
they receive a copy of A?
No,
So they don't have an original copy
no,
before it was marked up?
They haven't seen anything?
no.
Oh, I thought they had seen a possible
No,
draft. Okay.
No,
So, yes, okay, so
take the markup off. I'll just-
create the finished,
Yes.
our proposed
Yes.
finished document and
Yeah.
present it to them
Right.
and see what the response is. And I think
That's
we
what I
could,
would do.
and I think we could, again, we don't want to invite it to be changed and changed and changed again, but I think we could comfortably say, sort of, hey, this is the draft that we came up with.
Right.
Does this meet
Yep.
your interests and requirements? And then go from there. Does
Okay.
that sound
Perfect.
logical?
Just,
All right.
and
I
it
will
would be
do that.
actually easier for them probably.
All right.
Let me take that back.
Oh,
Thank
yeah.
you.
Oh, come on, you want that?
So no markups.
Taylor Road, town-owned parcel.
Okay, so in your packet, you have the Taylor Road. We've discussed this before.
Yeah. So, and just remind us, this is in relationship to the possibility of doing upgrading work on Taylor Road, or?
No.
Okay, so this is
No.
unrelated.
This is unrelated.
Okay,
This is an abutting landowner that is
Yeah.
interested in buying.
Yep, so 2004, Town of Putney acquired 2.3 acres
Yeah.
off of Taylor Road in a tax sale, okay? Someone has just bought an abutting parcel with a right-of-way, okay?
And our parcel is landlocked, is that right? I don't remember.
No, there's a right of way.
There is a right of way.
It comes through this parcel right here, and is it Baumberg? Carl Baumberg. So it starts on his property, and then it runs up through, I think it's over here. And it runs up into this parcel, which just got bought, okay? So the person that just bought this one is interested in this piece because they butt. So,
And is that person, well, it's public record, who bought it? Who bought it? Is it?
his name is Harold, oh boy, Harold.
I mean, is it somebody else, is it somebody who owns other parcels adjacent as well, or
No.
not? Okay.
No, so RP Management owned this one that just got bought by Harold.
Okay,
And in conversation,
they let them know that,
yes, so
Right, because
he,
they had talked to us about
Yes.
it before.
yeah.
Right.
And RPM Management knew it was potentially for sale, because I had talked to them too. So he is interested in the property. And that property has been with the town since 2004. And it doesn't appear that we have any real use for it.
no.
Pretty hard.
Was it bought
surprised-
because
I'm
of tax sale?
I don't, it was sold, it was bought
Yeah.
at tax sale, it's
Yeah.
the year before. I have no recollection of how we came to own this. It's come up a number of times over the years.
There was part of the Seaward
It's a weird piece of land.
and Seaward.
Well, just Seward, yeah.
So here's the collector's deed
Okay.
right here.
So I would think we would have, not necessarily an obligation, but I think it would be appropriate for us to contact other abutting landowners. Okay.
I've already done that
Okay.
before he bought this property.
That's what because
And we've done it twice.
okay, because I remember doing something
Yes.
related to that at some
Yeah.
point, and
We have done it twice.
nobody was interested, or it just
No.
never went anywhere,
No,
or?
the first time there was no interest because Chip was here. And then just July of last year, I wrote letters to all the abutters again. And RP Management is like, well, what are you willing to sell it for?
What's
and-
its appraised value?
17,300,
How big a lot is it?
2.3 acres.
And why is it only 17? I mean, it would be,
There's no house on it, it's raw land.
With
but
limited
it's
access.
still,
That's a lister's question. I can't answer that question.
yeah, we should answer, I mean, a two acre lot, I mean, I get it, sort of logically why it wouldn't be worth more than that, but any lot that's buildable, in theory, has a value, a minimum value. I don't, maybe it's great, I'm not sure what it is,
Yeah.
so,
So Harold just bought
the abutting piece.
3.3 acres and he paid 16,500 for it.
Okay.
Has a right of way, but nothing on it. So 17.3 seems reasonable. Let me see if I have the listers printed out here.
It's hard to know looking at this map, maybe,
Maybe I
all
have-
ledge, maybe, do we know? Maybe we could pass a perk, maybe
So
we could-
here's the value that was printed in 2017. So if it's changed, it hasn't changed by much, Josh.
So it has a right of way all the way from Route 5. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I meant by it's an odd piece of land.
Well, that's what I
It's like-
remembered, is that the right of way is,
It's an island.
yeah. No, that's why I was thinking it was landlocked, but
It's-
technically with a right of way, it's not landlocked.
No, but we have that question.
For all practical
Yeah.
purposes.
Um,
I guess I will, If it were up to me, I would probably ask the lister's opinion
Okay,
as to what it should be sold for, and I would probably ask the same of council, and I mean, and or whether, I guess the other question for council is, and I think Chip, and or maybe you have already done this research, but I think that we, again, are not obligated to contact other abutters, but I think we have, and so we've done that.
Yeah.
Are there other legal steps we need to
Yes.
take before we?
so Title 24, 1061, conveyance of real estate.
Is this in our packet? No.
This, yeah, it's
That
on the
is-
back side, we're doing
Oh,
back
it
and
is, okay.
front
Put
printing.
Oh, this is this one.
Sorry, I have to take a bio break.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Baumberg's place right there.
There's a color that has a good decision.
So here's Carl's.
Yeah.
So that right of way, if you can find Taylor Road, it's supposed, I think it
Comes off of Taylor Road,
Yeah,
off
and
of Route 5.
follows the edge of his property
Yeah,
all the way up through here.
Uh-huh.
So Harold just bought this. If he buys that,
right,
you know, he'll have clear access to it, you know?
yeah.
But right now, it's difficult, but this access does go through here and it cuts across to get to this lot.
So the right of way, because those are separate, goes through the property he
Yes,
just bought too.
yes,
So
yep.
this piece could be
Right.
accessed separately from a different owner.
Yeah,
It would go right
Right.
through the land he just bought.
correct.
Okay.
So,
And the 11,300 is basically the debt to the town
back in 2006,
in '06.
there was a purchase and sale. Josh, I don't know if you remember that. And at that time, the price was $11,300, which was the tax collector's deed of $7,600, delinquent taxes, the deed prep, newspaper advertisement, and admin fees.
And the 13 years of not getting taxes since then on top of that.
Was almost $5,500.
So that brings us to 17, almost 17,
Right.
16.1.
Yeah,
And they're saying it's being appraised at 17 what?
17.3.
17.3. Okay.
So,
Yeah, I just, for legislative body, I guess I would just need to, you know, I mean, we can read this, obviously.
so
I didn't
yeah,
see
in
this
order to
before,
sell real estate, you can publish it for 30 days
but- Yeah,
in all the regular places, plus the newspaper,
Yeah.
or you can bring it up at town meeting as an article.
It seems like it'd be good to get it back paying taxes. and,
Right.
And have it with someone that has another property, so it's a bigger lot, which is
Right.
great.
yeah.
It would
And
benefit
it would-
this buyer, it would. More
Right,
so
yeah, I
than
mean, we
that.
don't know his intentions, because
Right.
he may be saying, well, if I had two lots together, I could subdivide it into three, and that,
Right.
I have no idea, you know, we
Right.
can only speculate about
Has he
what,
said anything?
but that's none of our business,
Right.
really.
So, he lives in Connecticut, he's
But it might be
from,
nice to know.
he wants to come up and build eventually.
Yeah.
So he does live in Connecticut, and he comes up here, so.
I mean, I think if we have an opportunity to sell it at a reasonable price, I think we'd be silly not to.
I
So-
told you.
so it's sort of
I think because
Yeah,
if it was on a town road,
Yeah.
that might be very
Value
different.
to us,
Right,
yeah.
exactly.
Right,
No, and like you
Okay.
said, it would put it back on the tax. So I think we need to make sure
the value.
the value,
Yeah.
cross our Ts, dot our Is in making sure that we've adhered to statute in our process.
Okay,
And then decide whether we wanna, I mean, you know, we could bring it up as an article. I mean, you know, in some ways, it would be less, depending on the posting period, it would be less expensive to bring it up as an article than it would be to advertise it. But then we're waiting till March, then
And he's showing interest now, and who knows what happens.
and we're potentially opening up a debate that is not a debate we really need to be having. So, yeah, I think we find out what the steps are we have to take and then,
and I'll come back to you next meeting.
That's what I would say.
All right,
Sound reasonable?
thank you.
No, and if we have a buyer who's interested, yeah, sounds good. All right. Wilson Wetlands appointment.
So you had asked me in the last meeting to get some sort of confirmation in writing for Cole
Oh,
Perdome.
yeah,
So here you are, it's not.
just a letter of interest, yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Just a. And as I recall, felt that Cole
Yes.
would be a good addition to the
Yeah, they've accepted him already, but the select board should probably make a motion to
I move
appoint.
that we appoint Cole Perdome to the Conservation Committee.
The Wilson Wetlands.
Committee,
Yeah,
yeah,
sorry.
that's okay.
And I second that.
It's been moved in second to appoint Cole Pridham to the Wilson Wetlands Committee. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Perfect.
All right.
Speaking of the wetlands, is the dam
So the dam,
damaged again?
yes, so with the heavy rain, it washed out.
Okay.
Um,
Wow.
So people were saying they were only seeing one beaver. There are two beaver. They're rebuilding the dam. It's still open a little bit, but they're working on each end. And it looks like they might close it back up.
Howard stopped in right before the meeting and said
It's up.
Hmm.
All
They
right.
work fast.
Yep.
Okay, that's amazing.
Yeah, the water dropped like a foot and then,
So it was way down.
Yeah. and Howard's been really good because he'll report things.
He's our dam reporter.
Hmm.
Well, yeah, and Mary too, but.
What's the punctuation in that?
Yeah, so the beaver are rebuilding. But
Good.
that's Mother Nature, you know, heavy rain and,
Right.
look what happened.
Yeah. Well, and this is in the area where the encouragement was placed for them.
Correct.
So I wonder, I mean, it was a heavy rain, but it wasn't shockingly heavy rain.
No,
I'm just
not
wondering
spring.
whether that's indicative of slightly meager beaver work.
Yeah, I was
on
wondering-
their part.
Wonder what's going on with these
Encouraged.
beavers, because they
Yeah.
keep washing out.
I don't
I wouldn't
know.
hire them to build my dam.
Yeah,
Well, good.
yes,
They're back.
yes.
All right. So this falls to you then, town manager's report.
Okay, so just some updates. Fiscal year 21 draft budget review is slated in November. We'll start with the fire department, highway department, and then probably early December, the library. I'll throw the general fund in there somewhere, but we are drafting up the budget for 21. Social agency presentation. Would the select board like to hear from all the social agencies again this year?
Well, they're required to write a report. We don't typically, which are you talking? Are you talking about
Having them-
anybody who has,
An appropriation. We did it last year, so I'm not sure.
we did everybody, did we?
Mm-hmm, pretty much, yes, yeah.
Which
Um,
agencies?
It's everything that's written up in the
town report.
in the town report. So, but not everybody can, I mean, not like the sea levels did that.
Some of them.
Did
yes,
they?
Yeah.
Huh.
So, yeah, you have group A, B, and C. So I did print out the social agency policy.
And this is something that we actually have to dive into because
Because of the Putney Cares.
Putney Community
Yeah.
Cares, yeah.
So I want to bring your attention to item number 7 on the back page. So new agencies, agencies which have been dropped from funding, and agencies which would like more funding than proposed by the select board, etc., retain the right under 17 VSA 2642A to petition an article for the warning for the town meeting. Very important item right there.
Can we put it on as an article without them petitioning or not?
No,
They have the right to petition. I wonder whether we can,
I
because,
don't know if you can.
because that would be a way, yeah. I don't-
The select board doesn't have the authority to put any article on?
We do as long as it's legal. I just don't, just because this is specifically saying to petition,
Right.
I'm not sure
So
whether
item-
there's a reason we
Right.
couldn't.
Couldn't do it.
Item number 6, the last sentence.
Add agencies to the proposed list of its own volition, but that's not an article.
Right.
To ask for more, yeah.
So, I mean, I think that in their best interest over the long term, as we discussed when we have had this conversation previously, I think coming up with some way, it would be too bad if it had to be revisited every year. It would be too bad for
Right.
them.
Right.
Just because over time everybody forgets and then they say, well, wait a minute, why are we doing this again? But it's not obvious to me, from what I recall, a way that it was going to make sense to do it within the existing categories that we have.
Right.
So presumably this is sort of an out for that. But again, if it's put on as an article regularly, I mean, I hate to make, if we're assuming we would like to give them the money anyway, which I think was the assumption, then to make them petition it is just
If they're,
unfortunate that they would
Right.
have to do that.
right,
But-
so if they're already getting funding, and as long as they don't change it, they're fine. They don't need to petition. They fill out a questionnaire, and then they send us a report for the town report.
Right,
So that's about the extent of the criteria, as long as there's no change.
but it's a single entity now as
Yeah.
opposed to two entities.
Right.
So they're only technically eligible for half of the funding that they did. We
Correct.
sort of, we bypassed that last
You
year.
did, yes, yeah.
And made the assumption that we would figure out how to reconvene that. So I don't know whether, I mean, we could, let's see, this was amended December 21st, 2016. Do you have any idea what that amendment was? I don't remember.
No,
I think
no.
it was my recollection is it was an adjustment in percentages because it had gotten
Yeah, I wasn't here
a
then.
little off. I don't remember.
See, this doesn't make sense if it was done December 2016, because this was, well, it was originally adopted in
99.
Yeah.
1999, or was it this one?
No, I think it was even before, adopted by, no,
Yeah.
right, it was, so it wasn't amended.
So November
Oh,
22nd,
and then it was amended almost
1999.
right away, yeah.
Amended in December and then March. See, yeah, that date throws me off, because I would think the new date should be there. Even if you made an amendment, this should reflect this date here.
And just to remind everybody that this got a little bit more complicated last year because Groundworks realized that they hadn't put in when they merged. And so
That's right.
asked
Yeah.
for the same
Right.
thing, and full disclosure, I worked for Groundworks, so was not involved in any of that decision making.
And I can't remember, what did we do? I remember the conversation, I don't remember what the decision
I
was.
think it was decided because like a couple of years had passed that we were gonna keep them where they were at.
Yeah,
I don't remember specifically either. It was really a conversation I removed myself from at the time
Sounds
because of
appropriate,
my conflict.
yeah.
But it's relevant to this conversation because any other group that were to merge could come to us with the same
Situation,
ask. Yeah.
right.
And then I also have to question, and it's not, I fully support giving Putney Community Cares all the money. But I question when two organizations merge, the idea is that there's some streamlining that's happening.
Right.
And so hopefully there's some cost savings in there. And I wonder, you know, when is that taken into consideration in this process?
Well, I think the assumption for them, I mean, I think you're right, that part of the idea was cost savings, but also the assumption was to provide the services of both of those organizations. So, yes, there would be some streamlining, but how does that fit into here?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's all I'm
maybe we just need to revisit the criteria by which one is a Putney-based, or by which one becomes any of these. And maybe it becomes more, it's a bit complicated, but maybe there's a component of the formula that is based on their budget or their, I mean, we see volumes in their reports, volumes of people, services provided, but we might well see the budget. I can't remember in their situation. You know, it would be nice if there was a clean-cut way we could use, or future select boards could use this policy to say, this is an organization that needs this much money, and this is an organization that needs this much money. I mean, of course we want to support our Putney organizations, there's no question, but, you know, how that's equitable just because they're in Putney doesn't mean they're all equal.
Right.
But that having been said, we treat everybody else in the other groups equally too, so.
And part of the reason I asked that question is because, you know, they merged, and meanwhile, the Putney Food Shelf could likely bring to us, hey, we just started an entirely new food shelf in the school system.
Yeah.
And now we're running 2 programs and serving so many more people.
That we
And so,
yeah.
you know, so I think that this could get really messy really quickly.
Is that a reality?
No, that was just something I actually just pulled out.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
just,
no.
it is a reality that they did put a food shelf into the school.
I thought I
And
heard
that they are.
But it's not a separate entity technically, or
It's
is it?
Food for Kids. It's a program under the Putney
yeah.
Food Shelf, but they are essentially, and I no longer sit on that board, so there's no conflict here. They essentially are running 2 food shelves with the volunteer base that's needed for that,
And did they get state support for, oh, well, I guess
they,
get state support.
I don't
but, yeah.
fully know what the funding situation is there anymore because I haven't been on that board for probably 6 months now. So, but I could see that coming to us, you know, that we're now serving so many more people and we've expanded in this way, and so it's just something to think about. Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to revamp this a little bit.
You know, it might be worth, and I don't, I think we've done this somewhat, but it might be worth looking at how some other organizations do it, and just see whether there are, because I think realistically, it would have to be, you know, maybe we start, I mean, we've always seen, again, the numbers of people served, but maybe we start breaking it down based on that. Or some formula between budget and numbers of people served. I'm not sure what the right way to do it is.
I don't know. And further disclosure, part of the reason the Putney Food Shelf came to mind is because Hannah Pick recently reached out to me and asked me about this. And I said, I'm not sure where we're at on it right now. I think Karen's looking at other town models, and we'll get back to you as soon as
On
we know.
revamping it, or whether just making sure that they would be included in
On
revamping?
revamping it, because that had been a conversation that was well known.
About the other.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
But that wasn't Hannah's, the food shelf, right?
Hannah's the food shelf
So she-
director.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, the
Um,
first year it was okay, but,
Mhm.
Yeah,
so,
And I don't think, the question was very vague. It was just,
Right.
you know, do you know what's happening with this?
Yeah.
So, and it seems to me like there, you know, even if we don't sort of get to this in a timely fashion, there's a vehicle by which they could
can
ask for twice as much
Correct.
money.
Correct.
I think it's important for us to know whether we can put that on as an article, just because if they want it on as an article, I'm assuming we would all agree to do that, as opposed to asking them to petition it.
Yeah,
I'm just, it
Let me
may be too short a time frame for us to try and, but, you know, obviously this needs to be looked at.
right. We'll have to look at this statute, Josh. Maybe it states it right in there.
It probably does.
You can. So,
No, and I think Laura's right. I mean, we,
Yeah.
you know, for all practical purposes, we have the right to place any article we want on there as long as it's legal and appropriate.
right.
But it's just, that's not stated in that statute, so
Yeah.
I'm not sure why.
And without a budget, you're not gonna know what that number's gonna be
Right,
until the very end.
Exactly, yeah,
So,
yeah. But it is, but we could buy ourselves a year, or, you know, as many years as one needed to in order to figure this out, but we obviously need to.
yeah, we need to
this again,
redo this, so. So that's a process too,
Yeah.
but we'll get through it this year, okay?
As you're entering budget season.
I know, it always happens that way.
And I did, you know, not to shift things towards you, but it would be interesting potentially to have that discussion included in equity and inclusion. I don't,
Yeah.
because I don't know what the implications.
Yeah.
Why haven't we
Might be.
broken down each service and its needs separately till
In-
now?
Right,
And
Right.
like, if we
Yeah.
look at funding equal for each service, but we don't
Right.
look at service provided for each service,
yeah,
why, you know, why haven't we done that?
right,
We mostly
Maybe so.
have looked at the services provided, but not from an evaluation standpoint, not primarily from, well, it's geographic, and it's, I mean, you know, you can't be in Group A if you're not Putney-based.
right,
But it's level of social services provided, but it seems we need to get a little more sophisticated
Right.
about that,
Right.
what that means related to, you know, I mean, if you're providing services to 100 people, but it's only 10 cents worth of service to each of those people versus providing service to 10 people to the tune of, you know,
right.
$1,000 a person or whatever.
Right.
That's a whole, you know, so maybe we have to do that.
And do we also take into consideration their budget, where their funding is coming from, like how much funding do they have? Are they fully funded and
Right.
this is a bonus?
Right.
Or
No,
are
and
they
I
way
think-
underfunded and
Or
really
are we the
need-
only
Yes.
source of funding they
Yeah.
have? Right,
Yeah.
exactly, right.
We don't see those numbers for the most part. Some we do,
Mhm.
but not all.
We could probably request most of them, because they're
Right,
probably
all
mostly,
nonprofits.
but, you know, in the interest of making, I mean, I think, you know, one of the beauties of this historically is that it's really pretty simple. And I think ideally we would keep it pretty simple, because otherwise, you know, I mean, if somebody has to spend 2 extra days just figuring out the social services budget
Right,
based on, you know, evaluating a whole bunch of different things, that would be unfortunate.
Yeah.
So, but what, I think we should look to other towns and see who does it well and how they do it. And if,
Yes,
and, you know, maybe there's an easy way to do it, maybe there isn't. I'm guessing, for the most part, probably not, but it's worth finding out.
I'm curious how Brattleboro does it, because they have a huge, like, what they do is astronomical
Much
compared
larger,
to.
yeah.
Who was that, Laura, I didn't hear?
Brattleboro.
Brattleboro.
Yeah.
It's a really different,
yeah,
Different set of needs and different set of criteria,
right.
but yes, a bigger budget.
Yeah, more funding.
Okay, sidewalk update?
Yeah,
yes.
There's really no, we're waiting on the handrail in that one area by the hydrant.
so.
Mhm.
So they have to remobilize and put it up, but,
And that's basically, I mean, we're not changing much about, it's just elongating it a little bit
yes,
more, is that right?
correct, yeah. So once that happens, we can do a final walkthrough and maybe ribbon cutting ceremony. Landmark College called and was
Yeah.
wondering what we're gonna do. So the end of the month is the deadline, but
For,
to do the final walkthrough.
and
to have
does that,
everything
does
done.
that affect our grant recuperation? Okay, so it's not a deadline in that
No,
sense.
it's been a change order, you know, to
Yeah,
extend.
yeah. No, it occurred to me, and it's obviously too late to do, but it's sort of too late. It would have been kind of nice to have a ribbon cutting / Halloween parade come down from up there.
Oh, that would have been
But I
fun.
think it's too late, probably.
Why is it too late?
It's Halloween.
Halloween's next week.
The people that are organizing that are amazing.
No, I mean too late. Is
Oh,
it too
yeah.
late to organize
Yeah.
it? Not too late.
I don't know,
I
we'll
don't
have
know.
Landmark College, I'll call Landmark.
See if they'll do a Halloween parade for
I'm
us.
sure they'll be able to.
I think that could be
Why
kind of fun,
not?
you know?
Can we get
Their
the,
students, I think it'd be
we
nice.
should get the Putney Central Schools kids to craft giant scissors.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the Just for Fun
Right.
parade, when we used to do after picking season.
And then have
we
like
used to run a
a real
parade
hair
up and
show
down,
at the time.
at the end of picking season.
Just
And all the
for fun.
hippies and, you
So-
know, all the apple pickers and.
Alyssa, can you
local
get on
guys.
that for us,
We have
please?
birds every year.
Next
It's
year.
easier than that together. It was great fun. We all landed at Curtis's and had lunch.
We already talked about the animal control,
Yeah.
right?
Animal control, we touched base on already. Reminder about Kimball Hill being closed on October 31st, so
Yeah.
a parade on October 31st would be okay.
That's sort of what I was thinking,
Yes.
but it's on Route 5, which complicates, but I just think it would be kind of a fun way to
Right.
introduce it.
Everybody could park at Landmark and
Yeah,
hike down on,
right,
yeah.
right.
And then
So
treat up and,
Possibility,
Alyssa's on that.
good.
Uh,
you didn't know that was a part of your
So
job description?
enthusiastic.
Route 5 Bridge, right out here, replacement of the decking. There's a public hearing scheduled for November 14th. These flyers are going around. David, I think I gave you.
You gave me one
flyer.
earlier, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's in
Um,
that pile over there.
The public hearing will be held at the fire station. I don't have a time yet, so.
It's amazing, I'd forgotten this was
Is
even,
it on there?
it's amazing.
5:30. 5:30.
And
Yeah.
this must have been 6 years ago, we started to.
So
Really, that long?
Route
What
5
is it
will
you said
be
about Route 5?
closed for 2 weeks at the end of June.
Right.
This project needs to be completed by July 3rd. So, public forum, everybody's invited, all the stakeholders have been notified. General store, Basketville, winery, Landmark, the mill. So it's
Yeah, it
important.
affects the mill.
Yes,
A
a lot. So anyone in the immediate area will be impacted.
Is there any plans to,
Sand Hills was gonna do right
maybe, I don't know what could be done, like, we can't pave Sand Hill, but I imagine the wear and tear on Sand Hill is gonna be pretty incredible.
Well, we were just talking, I don't know,
Those
I'm
tractor
not sure.
trailers way too much for that bridge.
I would think so, I don't know what that
That
bridge is
bridge is
rated
rated
for.
Tractor trailer trucks won't be utilizing Sand Hill.
How do they get
So,
this
so
stuff?
They're
they'll
gonna-
have to go all the way up to exit 5.
Yeah, they're gonna have to go to Westminster, come down Route 5, make a wide turn into Water Street.
Will they be warned of this on the highway so that there's, so
Yeah,
they can be detoured in advance?
all
if
of
they're-
that
This is,
information will
Okay.
be presented.
yeah,
Okay.
no, and this has all been,
November 14th.
this was all, we've gone through this before.
Yeah.
That's why I mean, I literally had forgotten this was happening because it's been so long, but.
I feel like it
Like
hasn't
all of
been in
this-
my time.
No, it
This-
hasn't, no, it was
yeah.
like 5 years ago
Yeah.
at least. And it was all discussed, and then they delayed it for some reason, I can't remember why. But it's coming back around, but there was a period, they did all borings and all sorts of
Yeah.
things there
I
to
think
test
it's
all that out.
funding.
And- Yeah, no,
Because
but,
it's not a priority, so
Mhm.
projects get pushed for higher priority.
but there was a plan with Soundview at that time as to how they were gonna do
Yeah.
it. So, it's up, the other, obviously, fire department, I think the plan was to stage something on the north side.
Mhm.
That makes sense.
I
Yeah.
don't know, Tom, but Tom.
I didn't
Tom,
hear that, but.
You didn't, Tom will have.
Yeah. So back to your question, there is grant funding because of this project.
Uh-huh.
It's minimal, so Well, I'll have to look at it, but yes, there's money for us to repair the road
To
after
maintain
Yeah.
the
the
traffic.
because it's gonna,
Yeah.
that,
Yeah, and if it's raining, and traffic's
Yeah.
going that way, it could be an issue. But,
yeah,
I
that
learned
road
that.
is really not ready for that kind of
Right.
traffic.
So no tractor trailers up there. I'm sure you're gonna get like, UPS, FedEx. You might get some of the smaller box trucks, but, that road is narrow there. Traffic's gonna be slowed down a little bit, but,
there's
It's
anything
really
we
a
can
one
do
lane bridge.
preemptively to-
right, yeah.
So,
Make it
all
safer.
right, well,
Well, it's really a state, I mean, this is state, so
It's a
this is
state
up
project,
to
yeah,
them.
yeah.
But, those questions should come up at this
Yeah.
discussion. I think we already had a public meeting about this, as I
Yeah.
recall, but.
And that bridge also will be closed to pedestrians. So you're
that
not
makes
even-
sense.
You're not even gonna be able to cross walking.
That's a bummer, but it makes
So
sense.
Landmark will have to shuttle their
uh,
students. Yeah,
yeah.
it's 2 weeks, I think we can,
That's what they're saying, 2 weeks to do
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
if they don't shut it down,
They
it'll take
won't
a lot
have-
longer.
They won't have very many students in June.
Right.
No,
That's, the
well,
timing is
should
good.
have,
Yeah.
Just well planned.
So, I want to report on the highway department. I sat down and spoke to Brian. They've been really busy. I don't know if you noticed, but grading is happening around town.
I've definitely noticed.
He's been up in your Tavern Hill and
Just
Dusty
Holland Hill.
Ridge.
They
yeah.
were on,
That road
they
is
were
a
on Bunker Road.
huge improvement.
Yes.
Right.
Holland Hill,
Whatever.
Holland Hill is getting done
Yep.
this week with the side roads. Putney Mountain Road will be next week with Leon Wood banning, and then East Putney, they'll come back. They'll be last because they're right there. But,
I have to say, I'm pleased with how the roads look when they're done grading. I
Thank
mean,
you,
they're
'cause-
doing a good job. I mean,
So-
I think the,
Jason's.
Jason is the operator
Yeah,
for the grader.
and he's getting,
He's getting training.
better all the time.
Yes.
And also just the York braking is nicely, I also, I mean, I think that, historically, we were all used to the crown being much higher and the roads are much flatter, but
Yeah.
that's because of state recommendation,
Right,
best practice, and from what I observe, it's working well. I
Yeah.
mean, the roads seem to stay in,
yeah.
we have the problems that the roads have, but
Right.
And the
they're pretty
crown
nice.
being lower might, that's for slow shed.
Exactly.
So that it doesn't
It's-
shed off
yeah.
too quickly
Yeah.
and overwhelm the
Exactly,
culverts.
yeah. No, it's all, and it's part of that same program where they're doing riprap in the drainage ditches,
Removing
et cetera.
berms and-
Yeah, all
yeah.
sorts of things, and
Yeah.
Just try to stop plugging the culverts in a heavy rain and that kind of stuff.
and just stop losing as much material into the watershed,
Mhm.
yeah. Seems to work.
They're preparing equipment for winter, so they're getting the plows ready and, anything associated with that. They're not on the trucks yet, but they are getting ready for winter. One other tidbit that I actually learned today, so there's 500 culverts in Putney.
Holy smokes.
500, and they are cleaned twice a year. That's a lot of work. So I just want to throw that out there. So not only are they maintaining our dirt roads, and they have culverts they got to deal with too.
And they're doing the mowing and
Ditching.
The other thing that's notable about, the last several years, and I don't know what the numbers are, but we have replaced a huge number of culverts in the last
Big ones, Holland
5
Hill.
to 6 years. Well, all of those big ones, but
Yep.
a ton of little ones too.
Yep.
I mean, it's
Yes,
just,
the
there's,
little ones.
that we're more, seems to me, we're more ahead of culvert replacement than we
Yeah.
ever were historically. but-
So when Brian does paving also, he will replace the culverts
Culverts on-
before the
right.
new paving goes down.
Mhm.
So Westminster Road, those
Several new
culverts, there's like
culverts.
6 culverts that they replaced.
Yes. Yeah.
So that takes time.
Mhm.
And when you have a couple guys doing traffic,
It's gotta be flagging and everything.
you got
yeah.
one operating equipment, you got dump trucks running, so
Double
it
gang.
takes a while. That was 3.2 miles of road
Yeah.
Mhm.
and culverts.
Right.
And are we, is Brian, I don't know whether you've talked about it really, is he happy with the paving job?
Yes,
Good.
yep, and you know.
It's completed, I saw, they
It's
finished it
completed,
out.
the state is gonna, schedule the lining for the center
Oh,
line and the
yeah.
white lines.
Yeah,
So the state
does that.
schedules that, and they do it. So Dummerston just had paving done, Westminster also had paving done, so I imagine they're gonna schedule everybody at the same
I
time
would think
and
so,
just run the
yeah.
paint. The crosswalk's been done.
I saw that, and school markings.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the lights again are acting up.
I saw Steve out there doing trees.
They were fixed. They weren't communicating with one another. They got them going, but they're down again, so Josh King will be back up there working on those. We're still trying to troubleshoot it. The new truck should arrive late next week. Happy Halloween. Maybe we can put it in the parade.
There you go.
It won't fit on the sidewalk.
Quick coat orange paint for the holiday.
So we're anticipating that. They're also ditching in various places. South Pine Banks Road has been done from start to finish. So if you see rock or vegetation in the ditches, they're doing that. Brian and I will be meeting with Wyndham Regional next week to go over the road erosion inventory projects. He's looking at possibly doing Holland Hill and Parkman Wood up there.
This is that same riprap in the, that's. all
Yes,
that,
yeah, and that's grants and aid that we obtained, so it's like $21,600.
Yeah.
And, yeah, it's like I think ours is either 10 or 20%. I think it's 20, the match.
Which is mostly in kind, as I remember.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so the guys do the work and
Right.
then
Right.
we
And
don't.
we maximize the amount
Yep.
of riprap that we can
Yep.
purchase with that money, yeah.
So that was a lot from him today, so I appreciated that. He's working on his budget as well as Tom's, so, you know.
And I know we approved the contract. Has the blasting happened yet?
It has not started.
It
I'm
hasn't.
glad you brought that up because he did mention that too. I asked him.
At the gravel pit?
Yeah.
Yep, so Basin was awarded the contract, but the guys trucked some Sure-Pack down to the gravel pit, because what Brian intends to do is take the crushed material and mix it in with the Sure-Pack.
Mhm.
Gives them a better
Yeah.
consistency to work with on the roads. He likes it better that way, so, but they have not started crushing yet.
It's just crushing, it's not blasting, I missed.
Right, it is just crushing.
Yeah.
So 3,500 cubic yards is what's expected for the town of Putney.
Sounds good.
What else? I think that's it.
All right, warrants, excuse me.
I move to approve and execute the warrants upon completion of review.
And I second that.
Been moved and seconded to approve and execute warrants as presented upon review. All those in favor?
Aye.
Payroll warrant dated October 18th, 2019, in the amount of $8,537.43, library and town employees.
This is for you. It's the
Payroll warrant dated October 25th, 2019, in the amount of $9,361.20. This includes on-call, fire department, and our rec league, along with town employees. payable dated October 12th through October 25th, 2019, in the amount of $123,706.64. In this warrant, there is an invoice for Zaluzny in the amount of $31,238.35. Another one for Pathways Consulting, who's a resident engineer on the sidewalk project, $36,309.95.
And those are both final payments? No.
No.
Saluzny's not a final.
No,
Is
there's,
that final for Pathways?
No,
Not
no.
quite, almost. I
yeah.
mean, it's almost a complete
Yeah, I'm
payment.
thinking like we're at
10% maybe.
Yeah, we're at 90% complete now. So medical insurance is in here. County taxes are in here. So, but if you took out those two contractor invoices, we have a small warrant. So I'll make an announcement again about taxes being due on November 15th. Tax payments have been coming in. We did receive our utility payments too, those came in. They look good, so.
Did Landmark pay their share of the sidewalk thing? Is that due?
They will not, I'll have a conversation with John, but I think once we have the ribbon cutting, I think
Got it.
we'll see payment.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm on that.
Yeah. Just curious.
Reminds me, we must be up against negotiations for donations,
For municipal services,
either this year or next year.
I-
Not for, yeah.
we need to do it, and I need to sit down. I'm working with Tom, because,
The breakdown.
yeah,
It's
The
only a
increase-
guideline.
yeah, so the increases in services are not matching, donations. But yes, I'm working on that as well. And I'll present that to the board before anything is finalized, by the way. Because right now, the donations is 56,000.
That was in the last
Correct.
round, so
Yes.
yeah.
From all of the, we're talking about all of the nonprofits?
No, private schools.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's what I meant.
well, all of those who donate
Yeah.
to that,
Yeah.
yes, the total is 56.
Okay.
And that has increased, I want to say the first time we did it, it's been in 5-year rounds, I believe.
And I'm thinking-
Maybe 3-year.
No, I think it's 5, but it's not clear from the documents I found.
It was
And-
about 30,000 the first time it was done, as I recall.
I think
And then it's been-
2019 is like, that's why I need to be.
Right, no, I think that's what I was saying, I think
Yes,
we're at 5
yeah,
years.
Yes,
No, I think that's right.
no, you are correct in that statement.
But I'm just, you know, I think the first time we did it, which was in, I don't know, roughly 2007, 2008, it was about 30,000,
Mhm.
now it's at 56, and I think that took me
Yeah.
off.
And does that include, like Landmark's portion of the sidewalk?
No,
Okay,
Separate,
that's
right?
totally
no,
separate.
that's totally
Separate.
separate, yeah. So, I believe, I'll work with Tom and we may be having a representative from the schools
Mhm.
come down and discuss. I gotta get the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been, historically, it hasn't been strictly based on services, so just so you know that, that's not how it has been done. That's been a piece of the information, but it doesn't necessarily reflect that exactly.
Okay, I think when I dive into it,
Yeah,
yeah. Cause,
Yeah.
yeah, I think it's fire protection, rescue. And
technically,
not rescue per
technically it's
se,
not.
but
Well,
EMS from
that's not the way it was originally designed, I
Right.
don't believe, but I could be
Policing?
wrong. We changed it into sort of a public safety issue. I mean, didn't change it, but sort of agreed. I don't think that was a formal select board thing, but that became clear. I mean, initially it was to cover the debt on the fire department.
correct.
And then it has grown, and the debt, because of the way the debt structure is for that, the debt has decreased. So it's allowed us to put it more towards public safety budget. There is not a direct relationship between the two, I don't believe, in the thinking behind it. And that
Okay.
doesn't mean there shouldn't be,
Right.
but historically there was not necessarily that, because otherwise it's hard to make it equitable based on that. You know,
And Tom
tax
and I-
base, tax
yeah.
base is important to look at.
Right.
You know, there's a bunch of different.
Yeah, grand
components
list
to it.
value,
Yeah,
and we look at that too. So
Right.
Tom and I have started discussing how to approach that, and
Yeah.
we'll bring it to the board anyway,
yeah. Yep.
so be prepared.
All right.
Girl Scout, I'm always prepared.
Do we have any other business, other than all the other business we've been talking about?
I was gonna talk about the town fair meeting, but I'm gonna put it off until 2 weeks from now because I'm exhausted.
Okay.
So,
And we do want to have an executive session, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes, good. So is there a motion to enter executive session under Title I VSA 313, the appointment or employment or evaluation of a public officer or employee, provided that the public body should make a final decision to hire or appoint a public official or employee in an open meeting and shall explain the reasons for its final decision during that open meeting?
so moved.
Seconded.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 I
I
don't,
don't think we're gonna have a decision.
I don't think we're gonna have anything
No.
either, so if there is, we'll inform you, but
Yes.
Next meeting?
Oh, next meeting is,
November 6th.
yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to Suncommon. My name is Dwayne Peterson, along with James Moore. We founded this business 7 years ago. We're here because burdening our young people with crushing student debt is messed up. Vermonters alone owe $700 million from their educations. Let me say that again, $700 million Vermonters alone owe for their educations. So we're here today just to talk about one step that employers here in Vermont can do to be part of the solution. With us we have Congressman Peter Welch, who will talk about what he's doing at the federal level. We have Samantha Sheehan from Vermont Businesses for Social Responsibility to talk about some state policy that might help. And we have Robin Gresham, a Suncommon employee, to talk about her own personal experience with student debt. So, Congressman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dwayne. It's wonderful to be here at Suncommon. And wonderful to be here with a company that is doing all it can to help its employees deal with the burden of debt. You know, student debt, we all know, it is just an astonishing millstone around young people starting out in their career. And it's a millstone around some of the parents of those kids who refinance their mortgage in order to give their kids the opportunity to pay for college and possibly get out without as much of a debt. But, you know, I met Vermont families where they were like a year or two from retirement, and they were trying to figure out how to juggle to help their 2 or 3 kids go to college. And at the end of the day, after all the loans and everything else, they basically decided that month cruise they were looking forward to for 30 years, well, maybe that can wait another 5 or 6, and they refinanced their homes to help their kids. But even with that, the kids end up graduating with debt. You know, the average debt in Vermont is about $29,000. That's a lot to start out with, and that's like the average debt. There's a lot of kids who have debt that is much higher. And it is an incredible burden when you're starting out to have to figure out how to pay that back. And it really has significant consequences on the options that young people have to come back to Vermont if they can't find a job that's going to pay them enough in order to pay off their debt and get a condominium or an apartment or a car, let alone think about buying their first place. So it's a real burden on the economy. And it's a source of significant anxiety for young people. And it doesn't have to be this way. This has all happened in my generation. You know, when I went to college and law school, and I had like $5,000 of debt at the end of that. And it was not a big deal, but it was because tuitions weren't really a big deal when I was going to school. So we've got $1.6 trillion of debt in the country, Dwayne, $700 million here in the state of Vermont. And it is a crisis. And what can we do? I mean, starting with the colleges and higher ed and institutions of higher education have to do all they can to curb cost. We've got to start to some extent there. We also have to have interest rates that reflect the low rate that the government can borrow at. You know, we're borrowing federal money at less than 2%. Yet, in many cases, student loans and loans that parents get on behalf of their kids are 8%. And there's a variety of things that we could do, starting with lowering the interest rate and let all students consolidate debt at the much lower rate, closer to what the federal funds rate is. That would bring down the cost of servicing those loans enormously. But this is an all-hands-on-deck situation. And what Suncommon is doing is saying to their employees who have student debt that we will make payments on your behalf so that that burden, up to $5,500, I think, a year, will be diminished. And what a benefit. We're going to hear a little bit about that. But here's the irony. They don't get to deduct that. And when Suncommon makes that payment under current law, the student has to report that as income. They never see it. It goes directly to paying off the loan. So instead of the employer getting a deduction, as they do when they provide employer-sponsored health benefits, that's a cost to the employer, obviously inhibiting their ability to help their employees with student debt. And then secondly, the student who is all excited that they got some help from their employer gets a tax bill because they have to treat that as income even though they never saw it, and they're paying down the debt. So the legislation that I'm co-sponsoring is the Employer Participation Loan Assistance Act. And what it would do is, in effect, treat contributions by employers towards student loan repayment much like employer-sponsored health care is treated. The employer who made that payment would be able to deduct that from their top line, and the student who received the benefit would not have to report that as income. And that would be a significant encouragement for other employers to step up like Sun Common has. Now what's remarkable, and this is your triple B bottom line, right? Sun Common is doing this, and some Wall Street economist might say, this is really stupid. You're wasting money, because they're not getting a deduction, okay? And I don't think it's stupid, and I think we'll hear why Sun Common doesn't think it's stupid. It's really great for Vermont, it's really great for the students. But this is a very concrete piece of legislation that would be beneficial to employers and students across the country. And it doesn't matter whether you're from a red state or a blue state. The heavy burden of student debt knows no political boundaries. It's really hurting all our kids. And by the way, I think the burden is especially high in rural areas because the job prospects in rural areas are in many cases more challenging. We have big demands to try to get broadband built out so we can get businesses like Sun Common going all around rural America and rural Vermont. So anything that a company can do that makes that margin of difference for a young person to be able to take that job back here in Vermont, that really, really makes a difference. So student debt, incredible problem. We've got to be all hands on deck in facing it. We've got to do it with a combination of control of spending and cost at the education level. It's got to be programs at the state and local level that reduce the cost of student debt and the interest rate that they have to pay. And I'm delighted to see employers like Sun Common stepping up and saying, you know what, we'll bear some of the burden because we believe in our employees, we know what a challenge this is and we want to help. But in order for Sun Common and other companies to help, we've got to at least allow them the accounting adjustment so that when they're paying benefits for employees, they're not paying taxes on that benefit to the employee as well. That money does not go in the pocket of Sun Common. It does not go in the pocket of the student. It goes to the lending institution, and in most cases is charging interest rates that are way higher than they should be. So Sun Common, thank you so much for your effort, and I'm looking forward to working on a bipartisan way to get this legislation passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressmember, for your leadership on this, not just for Vermont, but for all the country. Let me share a little bit about how we got into this. So Sun Common, we start from the belief that everyone deserves a healthy environment and a safer world, and that clean energy is where that starts. We know that clean energy can build vibrant communities and fuel all of our lives. And so our mission is to knock down the barriers that had stood in the way of people getting into the clean energy revolution and to use our business as a force for good. So use it as a force for good. One of the things we do is we care for our employees, our fellow Vermonters, and those of us now who are working in New York. So of course we provide health insurance and dental insurance and disability, especially for our construction people. We offer paid family leave, and we contribute money into our employees' retirement accounts. So a couple years ago, I'm going over the books at the end of the year, how'd we do, budget versus actual, you know, all that business stuff. And I look at the line, and we're way under budget on contributing to our employees' retirement accounts. We're like, well, why is that? Oh, I bet I know. And so we surveyed the employees who are not participating. We're trying to give them money, right? And sure enough, crushing student debt. Their financial advisors tell them, especially with the interest rates that they're being gouged, pay that debt down as quickly as you can because you're paying all that interest, and only then start saving for your retirement. And I thought, well, that's messed up. Like, these people are putting off saving for their futures. Let's put the money that we would have paid into their retirement account into their student loan debt. And when I ask questions like, has this ever been done before? And I get the answer, well, gosh, I've never heard of that. That's music to my ears. Let's figure this out. So it is 2019. There is an app for that. There's lots of vendors now that make this easy for employers, just like we contribute to the healthcare insurance premiums or the 401k. We can contribute directly into our employees' student debt. 16 of our employees are now doing that, paying down their debt as quickly as they can with our help. And that's great. But then I come to find out, as the Congress member suggested, that our laws, were written a while ago. And they don't always account for what's going on in modern America. This crushing college student debt is relatively new. And so while employer contributions into health insurance or into 401k is not taxable to the employee, alas, because the laws haven't kept up, they are taxable to the employee. So we're still going to do it. Our employees who opt in are still getting a chunk of money to pay down their debt that they wouldn't have had otherwise. That's great. But our member of Congress and our local state legislator, Tom Stevens, have legislation to put employers doing the right thing, contributing into their employee student debt on the same footing as 401k or healthcare. So I would encourage businesses to get into this now. It's not just kind, it's not just loving, it's not just good for the employees, it's good business. We want young Vermonters to stay and work here. We want them to go away, get their chops, and come back that much higher skilled. This is a way that we can help young Vermonters get in on the American dream. Think about buying a home, think about starting a family, put down and lay their roots here in Vermont, just as we have enjoyed. So this is good business as well, and I would encourage other businesses to look into this as well. I'd like to introduce Robin Gresham. Works here at Sun Common. She's been here for half of Sun Common's life, 3.5 years in our accounting office. And so, accounting, maybe she knows something about this as well. Please.
Again, my name is Robin. I'm an accountant here, and I've benefited from the Student Loan Financial Assistance Program since it was introduced here nearly 2 years ago. And I come from a family of teachers, and it was always a given that I would pursue higher education and that I would assume the financial responsibility that comes along with it. Between undergraduate education and then continuing ed later on, I accumulated a pretty sizable student debt. At one point, I was paying nearly $1,000 a month in student loan payments. Yeah, ouch. I carried that debt with me into the next phase of my life, into marriage and life with children, and now I pay it alongside my mortgage payment. It's definitely, it's been a tough path, but I am an accountant and I've been responsible and I've stayed current on my payments. But it hasn't been without impact. I would say that the biggest impact is clearly on my savings for the future. And you know, I think it's really hard to plan for the future when you're working so hard to just dig out from the past. For me, the hardest part is also just the idea that I'm essentially borrowing from my future and from my future retirement savings and from my the college fund of my children. It's a bit terrifying and heart-wrenching to think that I might pass this burden on to them. Fortunately, I'm starting to see the surface. Fingers crossed, within a couple years, I'll have my loans paid off. But in big thanks to this financial assistance program that Sun Common has participated in. A couple months ago, I paid off one of my loans in its entirety. And so one more to go, and unfortunately, I fear I'm a little behind. It's going to be a big scramble to get caught up, but of course, you know, programs and legislation like this is really what's going to help me get there a little quicker. So thank you.
Thank you.
So last is Samantha Sheehan from Vermont Businesses for Social Responsibility. Please.
Thank you. My name is Samantha Sheehan. I'm the Communications Manager for Vermont Businesses for Social Responsibility, or VBSR. We are a business association, a statewide business association here in Vermont with over 700 member businesses who advocate for policies which support our communities, the environment, and workers. We give our business members a voice at the Vermont State House on a variety of sustainable economic development and social equity issues. Upcoming generations of workers are experiencing significant student debt load. The average student debt graduating from college in 2017, as you've already heard, left school with about $28,000 in debt. Workforce development is an integral part of our sustainable economic agenda at BBSR, and many of our member businesses have found that offering inclusive, employee-first workplaces helps attract and retain those employees. Our members know that as an employee and their community prospers, a business succeeds. A growing number of Vermont employers are now offering benefits similar to the one here at SunCommon that work much like a retirement contribution match. Businesses like this who have piloted this innovative benefit have seen really high enrollment in the young professional community. Therefore, on behalf of our member businesses, VBSR was pleased to give leadership support last year to legislation introduced at the Vermont State House by Waterbury Representative Tom Stevens, Bill H-290, which would create a deduction on taxable income up to $5,000 for student loans debt paid for by an employer. We hope that Vermont's elected officials will recognize the impact of such work that the business community is doing, and that through this legislation, more Vermont workers will be able to access this really common sense benefit and be able to better contribute to our shared local economy, but also better able to support their families and contribute to a more prosperous future for us all. Thank you.
Any questions?
I have a question.
Covered it all. Yeah.
Sounds like it's very badly needed, but when you talk about schools lowering their costs, can you give some ideas of how you think they should do that?
You know, that's got to be up to them. I mean, we got it in a spiral here because what I saw is student loans became more and more available. Tuition kept rising. So every time there was $1 of aid available, tuition went up $1. So with Senator Grassley, actually, he and I began asking the question, what are our college institutions going to do to try to help? And frankly, those decisions have to be made at that level because they have control over the budget and they know what they need. But you know, some of the things that are obvious. You know, when I went to school, we didn't. not that anybody should try to do it, but you don't necessarily need all these incredibly lavish facilities if that results in a much bigger price tag to get the education. So that's just got to be part of it. That's my strong view here. And by speaking out about it, I'm getting a sense that our higher education institutions are getting that message. And also you saw what happened in Vermont, where our high school seniors can start getting college credits their first year. So that has actually helped enormously. It creates a bit of a challenge for our local schools where they lose some of the property tax or some of the state aid revenue. So that's a challenge for Montpelier to work out. But it's really been a way where you can compress that 4 years down maybe to 3 or 3.5, and that's real savings. So that my point is that's got to be part of it. Yes.
What would be your message to other Vermont businesses regarding this issue?
Do as Sun Common does. I mean, this is an extraordinary decision by a company because they're essentially making an expenditure on behalf of their employees. And under the tax law, the compensation to an employee is deductible. It's not income. It doesn't go to their bottom line. They can't reinvest. They can't get a new truck. They basically have to write this check to cover the student loan. So the tax law should, I think, reflect the reality of the situation, that this is an investment in their workers, and then they should be able to deduct it. So that's an impediment for other businesses, but to the extent that businesses step up, despite the gap in the law right now, Sun Common is a wonderful example of that commitment to their employees. And by the way, this is the whole debate that's happening. It's about what's the role of corporations in the economy. And we've skewed so far that it's just about shareholder return and compensation to executives as opposed to what they can do in the community and what they can do for their workers. And I think there's a pushback among many of our companies to acknowledge that there is a responsibility to do the job to their shareholders, but also to their employees and to the community. And I think this decision by Sun Common reflects that commitment as being for real, not just when it's convenient. But I do think that there is a public policy responsibility. You know, we can't, in Washington, really have an expectation that companies are going to take financial risk that with a policy change could be mitigated. So we've got the responsibility, I think, to pass this legislation and let this employee benefit be treated much like all other employee benefits, and that is a deduction to the company and not as direct income to the employee.
Could I take a, so Sun Common may have figured something out here that other Vermont businesses could look at as well. So helping our employees with their crushing college student debt is good for them, and it's really good for our business. And I'm here to say it's not that expensive. We looked at it, and it's 1/3 of 1% of our total compensation budget is going to helping our 16 employees who are participating in this. So this is not just for the National Lifes of the world or the really monster companies. This is what Main Street businesses in Vermont can do to support their employees and build their businesses even stronger.
So how much are you paying?
I think on a yearly basis in the $30,000 range.
So small for you, but big for the individual employee, like Robin, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a big deal for you.
Absolutely, and I think one of the interesting points about it is just that it is a match. It is a match. So it essentially is. It doesn't take the place of a student's payment or an employee's payment, and therefore it's primarily applied, I think, in full to the principal balance of that loan, which just means that that loan is going to pay down much, much quicker. And that's a really, that has a really considerable effect. And it's not essentially taking away the responsibility of that employee, it's just helping them out.
When we polled our members in 2019, businesses in our membership were offering a student debt repayment match at a higher rate than they were offering childcare subsidies or contributions. So just to give you an idea that it's a relatively new idea, but it's quickly gaining steam in the Vermont business community.
Congressman,
Yeah.
realistically, how quickly do you think this legislation could pass?
We've got a situation in Washington that you may have observed. It's called a situation. You know, frankly, we could pass this in the House. We've got a working majority there. And we have been aggressively pursuing legislation that meets the concerns of everyday people. Student loans is something that's been front and center. Gun violence, we have passed in the House and sent to the Senate. background check legislation. This week and next week, we're going to be taking up price negotiation in prescription drugs to lower the cost of drugs. We hit a stone wall in the Senate. Senator McConnell's made it clear he's not going to attend the legislation. He's basically going to just focus on electing judges. So that's realistically an impediment that I don't see us being able to overcome. Senator McConnell is in charge of the calendar in the Senate. I have my doubts about whether that's organized incorporation of power in one person. But I do think that it's really important for us in the House to move on this and these other items to establish a foundation that we want to do business. And our focus is on getting things done that make a difference to the citizens we represent and to the companies that are doing the right thing, to employees like Robin who've worked really hard. So I would not make a prediction that there'll be a road to Damascus conversion for Senator McConnell, where he starts thinking maybe his job is to legislate. But on the other hand, if we can pass this in the House and then have that as a foundation, the voters are going to weigh in very soon, and we'll have the foundation of a solid agenda to revive the middle class. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Which government, however. All right, so just for the sake of argument, we'll call it 7 o'clock. on the 28th of October, 2019. This is the Jamaica Select Board meeting. First order of business, to call for any additional late additions to the agenda. I did not have on here, through my own error, put in the town meeting minutes for the water study, so we will add those in when we do the select board minutes. And then also we have a letter from SEPTA that arrived today that I'll add to the agenda. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
I'd like to just give a quick update on some information on the bridge.
Oh, okay. Oops.
Very quiet again, come on.
A lot of people here tonight.
Just wait.
All right, then. We'll liven things up with the minutes. The minutes of the October 14th Select Board meeting are to be adopted. They're all sent out electronically. I assume if you didn't, there should be copies in your folder. While I had time to look them over. Any additions, completions, corrections? Oh, there's some additions. Here you go.
Make a motion to pass the minutes as presented.
I have a motion to pass.
Second.
I have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let's move on. Thank you very much. We'll pass the minutes for the 14th. Moving on to the minutes of the 15th, which is not on the agenda, but one I'm adding.
I have a question.
Sure.
I remember you giving an opening statement, and I don't see that in the minutes.
The water study?
Yes,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Does anybody remember what I said?
You gave a brief overview,
We can put
some of
that
the
in just
issues that were.
an overview. Yeah,
Yeah, that's enough.
that's a good point.
But it's just, it
Wasn't all that memorable.
well,
Okay. He opened the meeting at 7:15, and then Paul gave a quick history.
Should we put, at the end of the minutes, it gives the final count, should we put that the question failed, or that the... Should we say that it failed? I mean,
We can say that. Final vote says, yes, 38, no, 72, motion failed.
the question.
What's that again?
yeah.
I was gonna say at the very beginning too, to open up that the motion I mean, we should put the warning in the minutes.
Yes, I intended to, but like I said, I did it from home, so I didn't have it right there, and I was just trying to get it done. But yeah, it should have been at the beginning, the warning.
Warning too.
Yeah.
Did you want the warning, you want to put it in front
I
of
think
you?
we put the warning in, and then we
Probably
said
in
vote,
front.
you know,
Yep.
water maker failed.
Because that was one of the things you also talked about.
Yes.
I move we accept the special town meeting water study minutes from October 15th, 2019.
I have a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, motion carries. Okay, next item of business. Time sheets for the town office, solicitors, highway, and transfer station, and the select board orders. We will sign them at the end of the session, as is our practice. I'd like to remind everybody that the local hazard mitigation plan open meeting, the second one, is scheduled for 5:30 on November the 4th, which is the coming up Monday. Number 6, discuss and possibly award the bid for the mill building roof. I'll turn to Greg for that.
Sure. As we discussed last week, we had put it out to bid again to redo the roof on the old town shed. Using the insurance monies that we had gained or gathered last summer. We had received one bid from a company called Primo Roofing out of Rutland. Some of the questions that were asked in the last meeting was, the most specific one I took away was to his, where he used the term time and materials, which sends up some red flags, but he had said that his estimate for the installation was in fact the $12,025. So the time and materials was just a reference to show how we got to that number. And then if anything additional would be needed, obviously that would come back to us. We could write that into a contract. So if there was some work necessary for some of the underlayment, anything like that. But his total estimate to remove the old corrugated roofing, replace with new, was $26,195.23. Previously, we had spent $1,000 of our collected insurance money to patch the hole that was in the back of the roof. We had received from the insurance payout, we had received a total of $26,500. So we're within $600. There is also I don't know if you want to call it what you call it, but if we do go over, we can submit those back to the insurance company for additional funding, so we could potentially get the $600 back. So I think that was our main questions from last meeting. I don't know if anybody else had any additional.
Did we send that to the camera?
We did. Sarah had
She has
scanned this in. That was some of the discussion too. We hadn't seen it at the last meeting. It was just an open bid, or we opened the bid.
Yeah.
So it was sent out after the meeting. I would like to make the proposal that we accept this bid. I think it's very reasonable. We can work on the contract to fit this term, and also, state any additional required work would have to come back before us. He stated that he could most likely get to it within 2 weeks and have it completed within a month. So, which is also great.
Okay, the only glitch in that thing is actually $600, since we didn't budget for it.
Well, I'm just saying, we could submit back to the insurance company to have that.
If you talk to the insurance company, is that submitted, is that automatic, or is that?
No, that's written in that, let's see. I just gotta find out. Says, town chooses repair, has the, I guess, I'm sorry, I gotta find it where it says that in there.
We could ask him to come down $600.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm concerned about making sure that this thing gets
$600 out of $26,000.
Well, I think it needs to get done before the winter. I mean, that's.
It's already gone through one winter, right?
Yeah.
I know it says in here that we could, we do need to submit invoices. If for some reason the invoices came in less, we're not able to profit from this, so we would have to give some money back. We've already received this $26,000. And on the same opposite side of the coin, if that went over, we could resubmit that. I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing it in here right off, but.
Okay.
The company didn't know we got that amount.
No. It's actually.
Pretty wild.
Right,
That
exactly.
close.
Yeah. And ACES was somewhat less than that. But the other great thing, the required thing is that he's carrying, the workers' comp insurance coverage for all of his employees, which we didn't have before.
I'm not clear, if it's going to be $600 more, you're going to ask the insurance company to pay that extra $600?
Well, we can submit that additional invoice and be reimbursed for that amount.
You mean, by whom?
By the insurance company.
I've never heard of them doing that. Like they give their number
Let me
and that's
concentrate
it.
on it, I will read it it is VLCT, it's Vermont League of Cities and Towns, their insurance wing, so to speak,
Yeah,
which
but
we cover all of our stuff for.
I'm very skeptical. Not that that's a huge
No, it's a
amount of
good
money,
question.
but
It's a good
I
question.
don't think that that is something insurance companies do.
Not generally after they've paid out.
Right.
Yeah, that's your lump sum, that's what you do.
I'm channeling Terry at the moment. And her position on this has been that the more we get reimbursed by our insurance companies for these kinds of claims, the more our insurance costs go up.
Yes.
So that is also a global statement for every single.
Everybody in
town.
GLCT, exactly.
Yeah, so us submitting it is one drop in the bucket, and that's
Sure.
what insurance is for.
It's just
Yeah.
lots
Do
of
we
drops.
have other capital funds we can make up with the 600?
Well, there's potential. When we first started doing about this, we were pretty clear that we wanted this to happen absent tapping into the town funds.
Right.
We're talking $600 out of 26,000.
Yeah, right.
And here's what it says. It says if the actual cost is more than the 26,552, I will need a detailed breakdown of the invoice showing material costs and labor. I would then submit this to Colonial Adjustments for further review of a possible supplement payment to the town. So it's possible.
So it's possible.
not. The other option would be to say, hey, now we are in the process, there's a group formed to work as a nonprofit to rehabilitate that building, and we say, hey, we need to go out there and look for $600.
Bake sales.
Bake sales. I mean, I'm thinking with Tom, with $600 cost is fairly, it still is our asset, it's a town asset, whether or not any other organization runs it, rehabilitates it, we should make the best effort to.
I would hate to hold it up, but it's 2.3% of the total.
Max of that.
2%.
So here's the question. The question is, deviating only slightly from our previous position of not funding this, would the board entertain a motion to give Greg permission to go ahead and spend that extra $600 predicated on first an attempt to ask the insurance company for reimbursement? Understanding that if say no, then it comes out of the coffers, and then I get yelled at by Terry for about a month.
I support that, sure.
So we have a motion to that effect, probably in less
I'll
words.
make the motion that you just. No, I'll make a motion to authorize Greg to move forward with the bid from Primo Roofing. For 26, what is it? 26.
It is $26,195.23.
That number. 26,195.26.
Did you get that, Sarah?
Yeah, I already wrote it down before.
Okay.
And I'll make the effort to, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna second it.
So we have a second. All in favor to go forward? Oh, I'm sorry. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
Did we or could we find out when we said to go ahead with this, were we real firm on not using any other monies from the town, tax money?
Yes.
Was that part of the deal, or were we asked that? Like,
when we were discussing doing this, I tried to get as clear as I could be.
I mean, interrupt.
Yeah, I was a very strong proponent of not putting any more money in that building, but if we could do it the way Greg's going about doing it, my sense of that is that your point that it is a town building, that we're $600 off of having a possibly usable structure. Right now it's not. You all are moving at least in the direction of getting something of value for this. I would be inclined to, as much as I choke on words, resubmit my position and suggest that the town might benefit from that extra $600 more than I would have suspected.
Was that just your position?
I don't know, that's what I can support what I was saying, because I remember saying it. But how we as a group, you have to
I
cover.
recall it was our goal, I don't know how formally stated it.
Oh, I wandered around for days saying over my dead body, so apparently.
So you felt very strongly about it?
Yeah, but I think that we're talking about, if it had been a lot more than that, I'd be against it, but for $600, we will have something that you guys are putting a ton of energy into making it work. I support that, against my previous.
And I can submit this to them and back to VLCT to, we'll make an effort to.
After we see what the actual
to
cost
get that to come back, so.
Yeah, if it goes over $600,
Yeah.
then we're,
We had to come
then
back
we're
to
in.
the
Then we have nowhere to go.
Then we have nowhere to go, you know.
Yeah.
So we want to have as close a tight contract with these guys as possible, with the understanding that anything over that $600 is going to kill the project, which would be a shame because it's.
Yeah, and then, well, then we look at some other options.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's no, I mean, we've had an assessment of the building, so it's not likely that there's gonna be some hidden things in there, but it's always possible.
Sure, these things happen.
You know, 6 people in town give $100 each, you know?
Yeah,
Sometime.
we'll start fundraising right tonight.
We've got 2, 4, we could take up the colors tonight.
Patrick will come over and bang some boards down, right?
Ask them to cut it in half, meet them halfway.
Yeah, we'll split the difference.
All right, so the questions on the table, all in favor, any further discussions? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Opposed, 3 in favor? So it carries. So that will give you that 600 to work with, and hopefully that's enough. And I will be scolded, but. Next item.
Broad shoulders.
I wouldn't go that far. We had a comment, I mean, a question that was put to us by, hi kids. This is the next group of Jamaican citizens. We're training them to be loving, kind, patient folks. Last meeting, Bob Stomsky, who's our fire chief, asked some questions about traffic following their GPSs into the woods. And I talked to the town, the road foreman and the road commissioner, and I had some information. You're still there, yeah. At this point, Craven and Howard both have signs that say no outlet. Turkey Mountain Road has a sign saying no outlet. Dairy Brook Road has a sign saying no outlet. What is this? Oh, King Road actually is posted on West Hill, but it says no outlet. They did a study on this during around 2014-ish, I'm not sure exactly when, and they're going around and they're going to make sure it's up to speed before December. But as you were talking about people on Craven and Howard, there's a sign saying that people are driving past no outlet signs. So at least it's posted. So,
Now, is there one on Dalewood?
I don't know if there is one or not. These are the ones he could remember we're talking about. But he's going to tour and make sure. So make sure that people aren't trapped.
Didn't that road come out on Traeger? That would be the no outlet sign would be on that property?
No. The Traeger makes a loop also. I'm sorry. This would be at the split where Wonder Lane and Dalewood. If you go to the left, the next house on the right side up his driveway is where that trail starts.
Okay.
So it's literally on somebody's property. The road goes up to the side.
I thought there was a road that came out of the Latour residence. That's where that Sherman Williams truck ended up, that I was telling you about. I thought that's where your guy ended up.
No, this was like King Road.
And in your,
I have a question about Turkey Mountain Road. You're right, that we have on the, what is it?
No outlet.
No outlet. However, the problem is GPSs for people coming over from the Chester area. And what they do is they come, what's the road where?
West Hill,
Yeah.
Wyndham Hill.
Yeah.
West Wyndham Road.
Yes. Well, they come off of Wyndham Hill Road and take a right, which goes past the ponds, but that one still keeps going till you get to the falls.
Right.
And that's where the road, Turkey Mountain Road, actually comes out, is right by the falls. So I don't know whether there needs to be, it's not passable, but does a sign need to be there for cars or trucks or trailers, or not trailers, but Jeeps and things like that would go over that
Put
road?
a sign out there saying no outlet also, or just.
Yeah.
Let's Lexa or with Keith.
Yeah, have them check that.
Have them check.
Okay.
Check that area too.
Okay,
Yeah.
do you know what I'm talking about?
I do, I think instead of making the right turn where the old sawmill used to be, I think it's a left turn.
Yes, it's a left turn.
And I've never been really up that way.
Yeah, and that eventually, that is Turkey Mountain
That's the
Road.
old
That's
Turkey
the
Mountain
old road that went to Chester back in the 1800s.
You can get through it on a Jeep.
Yeah.
You won't get through it on a car. You get on a Jeep, I've seen Jeep tracks.
Yeah, right, and we do. We have a lot of them that are doing that. this summertime, we had 2 or 3 Jeeps that were going up and down the
That's good to know.
road several days, so.
So,
Let's, go ahead.
we talked about putting up, your GPS is wrong sign, as
Yes.
well as the no outlet, just to sort of, my GPS says so, but it says no outlet, I can make it through or whatever.
And that's the
So
major
maybe
problem
this will
with,
stop
It is. His
Turkey Mountain Road.
response, his response to that was that the state doesn't like us to say GPS is wrong.
Oh.
Because technically, we know it's wrong. We don't know it's wrong. But it came down to a sign thing. There's a course that they have, he went to, in fact, Bill's gonna go to it, I think this week or next, about the signs that we can use and the ones they recommend, things that they tell us not to use. And one of the things was that one. He thinks that the one that I saw on Mallory was put up by some of the people who live there, and then it was taken down by, who knows how. But he said the correct sign is no outlet, as opposed to your GPS is wrong.
Would it make sense to have one at the ends of the roads though too, to say town maintained road ends here or that kind of thing? I mean, because someone may not be looking at a sign 3 miles back.
Well, that's the problem. They may not be looking.
That's the thing, like Turkey Mountain's a long 5
Yeah,
mile
right,
road,
5
you miss that
miles.
sign, you keep going, and all of a sudden you get to the end and
Yeah.
you go straight up.
Well, then you have to put it someplace where there's a turnaround available. That's something.
Right at the end of Turkey Mountain, there's a turn right
There is one up there.
But that's a good point. I mean, move it further up.
Main road ends, yeah.
Someplace where there's a place where they can turn around. Because I know we get in a position periodically in fire business where we're having to stop people. We'd stop them back where they can turn around, not necessarily where the fire is. So that sort of thing is something we can take into consideration. I would think that she could talk to Keith about checking on that issue as well. But I'm not sure how they determine where to place it, or if he was even responsible for placing it. But he is promising me a revisit before the winter. So, I can make myself a little note here. Alrighty then. Next, anything else on this topic? That's moving on. We got a letter today from SEVCA, in fact, it arrived. SEVCA is the Southeast Vermont Community Action. And they're saying, and I'm reading it because it's short and quick. Dear Selectmen, and women, they did say that, making sure that, never mind. We are in receipt of the town's check in the amount of $950 on behalf of the Southeastern Vermont Community Action. I would like to thank residents of the town of Jamaica for their commitment to help their neighbors in need. This contribution will help SEVCA continue to pursue its mission of reducing the causes of and moving toward the elimination of poverty, and it's signed by Stephen Geller, Executive Director. Next item is public concerns. We have lots of public. Anybody concerned?
For the added on, there's one more item.
Update on the bridge.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can do that first. Yes, I apologize for that.
No,
I forgot to put the
no
note in.
problem. So just a quick update, no earth shattering, it's not finished yet, but Joel and I took an opportunity to go up to Barry today. We were supposed to schedule it was supposed to be scheduled later this week, so therefore the horse before the cart, so to speak. But it was a very positive meeting we had. I wanted to go to kind of get a sense of what's going on. There's obviously been lots of discussion back and forth about what this means, what that means, the engineer's report and that kind of thing. So we met with Wayne Simmons, who's the director of transportation and chief engineer for the state, and also Kristen Higgins, who's the structural and hydraulics engineer. And just coincidentally, she was the chief engineer at this bridge here after Irene, so she knows the town. It was a very engaged conversation. And my belief was that having us engaged in the conversation rather than getting information from them, a two-way street of all the parties involved is very beneficial for us to move toward an outcome that we'd like. We got a better understanding of their process, both for selecting bridges, also their engineering report and how that's put together, because there was some question there of how the Army Corps' report could be so different. They took that as very valid conversation or valid input. The positive thing is we know a project number has been assigned to this, and that was the initiative where we received the survey at the beginning. They were very thankful for us and for Joel's time and effort to put that into that. A lot of people hadn't done that, so I think we walked away feeling great. That we got to meet the people. They were very appreciative of us coming up there. I wanted to bring that up prior to us going, but obviously things don't happen that way. But I think it was great for the town to know that we're concerned about that bridge. They're very open to many ideas, partnerships, keeping all the basically all the stakeholders involved. So I thought it was very, very beneficial.
So what did you come back with that would help us understand whether they're going to fix it or not?
Well, they did talk about some timeframes, and they can't commit. I mean, he's got hundreds of bridges on his table. And we didn't go up there demanding that we get our bridge done now. I mean, that was the absolute furthest from our thing. We came back with one, that we have a personal relationship with somebody. I mean, that's my thing that I feel strongly about, to go and talk to these people rather than just emails and whatnot. We did go through, how the engineering process, the measurements they take. I mean, not quite literally what they're doing there, but how this all goes into a pretty sophisticated program to generate a 9 out of 10 and a 3 out of 4 and those types of things. And to talk about, they asked what we'd like to see there. I mean, what our goals were. I mean, we want to keep it aesthetically pleasing. It does have some historic significance. We obviously wanted to meet the standards of, weight standards, to be able to, get utility vehicles over there, the fire trucks and the oil trucks and things like that. And to, a safety concern. I mean, not quite literally the bridge now as far as safety goes, but future bridges in the width. They talked about, town trails and pedestrian traffic on the bridge and things like that. And I'm taking this as a collective whole of, there's a dozen things that we are working on in tandem to try to elevate this town, and transportation and ease of access to recreational opportunities is a huge factor. But it's not literal. We didn't take out, here's a thing, we're going to have it done next week, but it was part of a conversation. I thought it was.
Excuse my ignorance, but what bridge are we talking about?
Some people refer to it as the State Park Bridge, the Depot Bridge, the Iron Bridge, the one.
Thank you.
The
West River?
The West River, right, exactly, yeah. And so it's been evaluated for years. I mean, we know it needs some repairs or replacement, and so we're working on those to try to get something that we want out of it in a reasonable sense of time.
Good. Excellent. Any other questions? Thank you, sir. Okay, public, you're up. I have a public, yes. Identify yourself to the camera, please.
Hi, my name is Brian Zeroff. I'm a resident here in Jamaica. I'm a member of the Planning Commission, and I'm a nationally certified professional hydrogeologist. I want to make a public statement about the recent water supply approval process. I've been in the position of giving presentations just like VHC, and I currently act as a groundwater consultant for planning commissions in upstate New York, reviewing their applications, providing input. The biggest challenge that I've seen when dealing with technically complex issues is making sure that people are properly informed before they make a decision. And knowing that it's the statutory duty of the Planning Commission to take on this process, I was very excited to use my experience to provide a contribution to the town that I live in. I could volunteer to do this. Pretty happy for that. But after the RFP, I felt like the Planning Commission wasn't really involved in this effort. What I witnessed was something that, in my professional opinion, excuse me, fell short of what was needed. Overall, the two-phase approach established in the RFP, which we designed to allow for this highly technical issue to be better understood, seemed to be abandoned for a one meeting and a vote at the same time. It seemed like a rush to the finish line, and to me that put it in a position that I felt would only have one outcome. And during the meeting, there were misstatements and technical inaccuracies that I believe had an impact on the public. In the intro, there were statements made about the Dufresne report, indicating that our water is adequate. This had a direct impact on the public because someone said if the water is adequate, why are we going through this process? We have prominent buildings in town that during the application to a water permit have been told you can't continue in the way that you're operating. We also have an empty building where under a permit application, it looks like they might have to stay empty. I don't think they would think that it's adequate. Not one direct statement was made during this educational period as to the regulations that apply to water in Jamaica, including the State Department of Health and Division of Water. Christy was able to allude to them under questioning during answers like she was pulling them in, but it's hard to really know what they mean under that type of scenario. And these regulations clearly identify shortcomings and restrictions that this town has right now. But I don't believe that they are clear to the public. And these state regulations can really come into play when you go to sell your property. I think that's one of the biggest important things here. You may be operating in a current scenario, maybe under a grandfather clause, but a buyer will not get those advantages, and you might be stuck with that building. Or it'll just be difficult to sell. And even specific things where it was indicated that we couldn't put a well in the property across from the school because it was in the floodplain. But that's not true. Our flood regulations allow for permitted work in the flood zone. And that's something that, with the proper permit, we totally could do. And I know that person was directly affected by that answer. Actually, let me correct myself, I don't know. But they didn't get the answer that they should have received. All in all, I feel like the Planning Commission could have helped to maybe avoid some misstatements. But like I said, the contribution seemed to end with the RFP. I don't know why. We even asked to be placed on the select board agenda to present research on this subject, and we never made it on the agenda. What I want to say tonight, what I wanted to say is that I wanted to say that we needed to right the ship and do a redo, but I think that ship is sailed. So what I'm going to say instead is that I have a challenge for the select board. Work with us. Work with the Planning Commission in tackling these important issues. It is a clear state statute where the state statute directs the Planning Commission to take a leadership role in planning for infrastructure upgrades. And our Jamaica Town Charter directs the Planning Commission to work independently of the Select Board as we try to help you along in this process. I want you guys to recognize what we're doing to try to help you with these efforts, because we should be all working together to make sure that's the best effort put forth. And that's basically it. Let us help you achieve these town initiatives, no matter how they go. We just want to work together. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? I have one concerning, and I want to make sure we're clear about this. I don't remember being asked by the Planning Commission for speaking time at that meeting.
Can I clarify that, please?
Please, because I called it in the meeting.
I did bring to you early on in the end of August or in September, the synopsis of what Chris's research had done, and that was the important research that Brian's referring to. And we needed to get that information before the select board so that it could be discussed, so that we could make it public, so that people could be better informed.
Did we not have a discussion here in the select board with him here as well regarding that very topic? That we brought it to the select board?
Sorry guys,
I never saw it.
Not that I know of.
He
No.
described the work that he was doing, but he was not able to present the full thing with the PowerPoint presentation and all of the slides and the tables that he had worked on.
I'll have to go back and review the minutes. I remember you and he here, and I remember I'll go back and make sure I sent it out to everybody, but.
He was describing the work that he
You were describing it for
not
him.
the results of it.
I'm sorry?
He was describing the work that he was doing.
Right.
To create this, using a statistical analysis to basically determine the tax impact of what a water system might do for the town. And its effect on real estate values and how, given different assumptions, real estate values would be changed and elevated because of a system like that. That was not able to be presented in its entirety.
That's correct. I'm sorry, Bob and I are kind of brain shifted into over here. Sorry. As I recall, and you guys correct me if I'm mispresenting how we worked on this, the information, the numbers that he used, while fine for hypothetical statistical analysis, weren't accurate, sufficient for us to make a decision.
The numbers that he did use were derived from the presentation that the two people from the state of Vermont, the Agency of Water Resources, had given to them as scenarios.
I think that, yeah, I can't remember exactly what numbers they gave. I do know that one engineer told me the cost was 100 to 100. No, he used a cost of 100 to 125 a foot to transport the water, and she said it's closer to $300 a foot. And there was some other things in there. It got to a situation where this was going to be germane if we move forward. I understand completely that asking people to make a decision about $200,000 before they know what it's going to cost to get to their house is awkward. But there was no choice for us because none of us, nobody, could give us hard numbers about what it was going to cost to move water to the center of town if we don't know from whence it cometh.
I think we're losing the point here. So,
Well,
because they never did present this. Chris never, like Rebecca said, talked about that he was doing this, but it was never presented to us.
His conversation, the last letter
as a formal presentation.
The last letter I got from him was that he was trying to show us how the formula would work in the case of the solid numbers. That's the last letter I got from him after the meeting. And I understand that. However, at the point where we were to try to get solid numbers for people to satisfy the answer of how much they're going to cost for me to get water to my kitchen sink, the formula was...
I think we weren't even to the point of close to solid numbers. We
had nothing.
I think what Brian is saying too, and Rebecca, is that there was a lot of information that still was out there that was solid. And some of the stuff going forward was hypothetical. And I'm not gonna discuss and debate the detail of that, but just in general, I think there could have been a lot more information presented to educate us, and I take fault with that personally, but also to educate the rest of the town. I do not think it was a very well-educated decision that the town made. I mean, there was a lot of information that they still could have had. That's just a blanket statement. I'm not going to dig into the numbers, what was right, wrong, or what, anything like that, but that's my opinion.
Tom, you're not.
I can say that I never saw the report. I saw the 2 pages minutes before the meeting. My understanding is a 40-page document. I never saw 40 pages from Chris.
40-page document.
Chris made assumptions going from a low well cost to high cost, and ran statistical analysis, balancing tax rates, value of property, the whole thing. He has done this his whole life long. That's
still a range and an estimate and all that, but that still wasn't presented. I mean, I think that's the point. There was a lot of information that could have been presented.
We could have been there for 3 solid hours trying to present hypotheticals.
Well, I think we need to step back, and that there's a process to present, not fully at a meeting. I mean, how that happens, it's a long process.
We had talked about spreading it out over multiple meetings, and the decision ultimately was made not to do that. But that's what I was one of the advocates of that, to say, let's vote on it at a town meeting and have meetings throughout the fall, back from our July meeting. And, it didn't win out. So.
if the planning commission wanted something put on the agenda and say, we forgot or didn't hear anything about it, why wouldn't you just ask again?
I did.
Why?
She did.
When?
She did, multiple times.
Let's keep it to minimum. When I put the agenda together, when we put the agenda together.
No, I mean, in the meantime, before this meeting.
Oh, sure. I mean, it's been warned for what, 30 days, 35 days?
Yeah.
Yeah, but before that even. I mean, did
Well,
you,
they did
just
do it
come
in
up
one
with
day.
this in like the week before, or were you working on it for weeks and weeks and weeks and
Over
weeks?
the summer.
It was over the summer.
Well, I'm asking him. Listen, I don't want a bunch of people answering me, but I'm a little put off by that. We're blowing off the planning commission. And I'm really offended by that we would ignore some request from anything that they would like to be put on any agenda. Unless I'm sitting here totally not paying attention to anything about this water project. I don't think that I mean, if anything with that meeting, what was the name of the group that gave us the bid?
VHB.
They dropped the ball a little bit by not even projecting about what a total cost would be. With the Waits field, they didn't know what the population was. You know, I think they could have presented better and said that, you know, it might be $3 or $4 million bucks or $1.5 million for Jamaica. No one would stretch their neck out and say, nobody would tell us.
Right.
Is it gonna be $1 million, $2 million, $3 million? Come on, that's what they do for a living, and no one would say that.
Well, in my conversation with them very early in this, they said that we don't like to give you numbers that we can't support. And until you tell us what the water is. Nobody wants to, because nobody wants to be committed to making up numbers that are not supported by the facts. And since nobody knew where the water was, everything else was
That's
just
the
guess.
case everybody goes.
Yeah, but they
Every
wouldn't
town.
have, they wouldn't have been held to that. I'm just saying, I can see the frustration with some of the people in the meeting.
Sure.
That, especially the one guy that said, listen, you guys got no idea what this is gonna, if we go forward, what this is gonna cost. And I'm sitting on this board, we asked, and no one, from Chrissy, I mean, she's great, nobody would give us a ballpark figure.
Well, even the number of 200,000 was incorrect. It was 203,000, almost 204,000. And yet that somehow it got reduced in our conversation. Why that was, I don't know.
Well, they originally said 203,990
At the most.
And that was their estimate for up to 3 buildings.
We as a board were trying to be way too neutral in this, and then we did not come out, I mean, we have a mixed opinion on the board, and so there's pros and cons to this, and it's obviously a costly project, and we did not say what the high end would be or the low end or what some ranges. I'm stating that there's a lot of information that was not out there, and how or why it didn't come about. There's lots of reasons.
And more to Brian's point too, that we should be working with the planning commission in the future to address things. I support that.
Have you, anybody else on the board, had a sense that we blocked the planning commission from coming to our select board meetings?
I don't think we have.
Have any of us been to the planning commission meetings?
I know.
I have. Anybody else?
No, I haven't. I did before I was on the select.
So I'm not entirely sure that there's the schism that we're talking about, that the planning commission and the select board are operating against each other.
Not against, but not in tandem either.
Do you have a question?
No, a statement.
Thank you.
It seems to me you're arguing over a dead horse. Nothing at that meeting, at that special meeting, went according to plan. Nothing at that meeting implied whether or not we could have water. It was a short, uninformed meeting, providing no information, or very little information. If an engineering firm can't provide the answers, then maybe we still need the water, but we don't need that particular firm. Maybe we need to do more research. I'm sure this project isn't dead. I'm sure this project will go on because the scientific facts state that the town needs water. So however it gets it, it has to get it from an intelligent point of view where the governance reaches out to the public and gives the public the information they need to make a rational decision. The statement that was made that, well, if we have fine water, then why do we need to do this project, was an example of why the town doesn't really know why we have to do this project. So instead of taking the shotgun vote to say we don't need this project, it's our duty to find out how to get it and if we do need it. And nobody said at that meeting that we don't need it with any intelligence.
Let me ask you a question. Do you not trust the Dufresne Group?
I'm not commenting on that.
Okay, good. Let me
It's not my
no.
position to
The
trust or not
engineers-
trust I do trust the Dufresne Group.
Read.
Dufresne Group gave a report where they say, well, if nothing happens in this town, we got enough water, which means I can go to my sink and get water. It doesn't mean that the town has adequate water to continue its position. And nobody said that.
She said that.
No, she didn't say the town had adequate water. She gave in to the fact that if nothing changes and we want to leave empty buildings in town and we want to have businesses failing, fine, let it die.
You're
You're
kind of exaggerating what she
well,
said.
but there was exaggeration of what she said in both directions.
The actual statement is we stand now, the water supply for the town of Jamaica is adequate. There might be value in getting a municipal water supply for future growth.
Well, I don't trust that statement.
Well,
I don't think it's an accurate quote. I don't think it's an accurate quote.
That's your position.
If I can add on.
Add to, excuse me, one time at a time. You're welcome to your position, but please don't mischaracterize the engineers. We set out an RFP, we picked an engineering firm, they did a very good job as engineers. We can
There
tell.
was mischaracterization.
And you didn't care for the results. That's okay. You're allowed to not care, but don't disparage. Sir, do not disparage the character of the Dufresne Group.
I did not disparage.
I don't think he did.
I did not disparage.
He's not disparaging.
Moving on.
We don't heard the same.
Moving on. Do you have a question?
Go ahead.
Her hand
So
up,
just,
objection.
yes, so just to, I think to clarify this point, without finger pointing or name calling, is that Brian pointed to something very critical from a legal perspective, which is that there were business operations in our town that, because of grandfathering or frankly not fully complying with law, have ceased operations and are attempting to either sell or reopen as a new business. So they cannot. And if anybody wants to kind of, I'll participate in a survey, whatever you need to do to verify that. But let's just assume that's the case because we're seeing these buildings. Now, can I please finish?
Before you go any further, talk about you. Don't talk about other third unnamed people.
Why? But
One business owner stood up. One business owner affected by this
Why
decision
aren't you
stood up.
letting me finish my
Because you're deviating from.
No, I'm not.
it's a statement.
No. I'm explaining a legal point, which is simply that what the Dufresne Group said is that if we are at our current operational level, so that's businesses as at the time that the report was written and homes, there's water for them, right? But if someone ceases operations or tries to sell their property, Dufresne did not make any statement about whether they would either be able to continue to operate in that way, or if once sold, they could start operations again. They were not asked to do that, and they did not say that the water would be adequate. And we do all know, I mean, I think we can all kind of stop like pretending. There is an issue with some buildings in our town, and that we all know that. So that's that point. I think rather than, I think we can all kind of level set there. As a town resident and owner, what I had thought was going to happen for the whole process was that it would be an information session. The last meeting that the Planning Commission did have jointly with the Select Board, that was discussed. There'd be an information session, and then there would be a vote. And more importantly, the RFP that I reviewed, actually marked up when we were all together, had two phases. So it had an initial phase that was approximately $20,000, and then likely, based on that, it would then grow to a total of about 200 and change, whatever that number was. But it was a two-phased approach. And what was really beautiful about that two-phased approach was that by the end of just the 20,000, we would know a huge more about what were we looking at. Was it even reasonable to go to the next step? Or what came out of that? So a range of opportunities, one which might cost less than $1 million, could be fully funded by the state/federal funding, or one that would cost $10 million and would have, after 5 or 10 years, an appreciable effect on taxes. So we couldn't say that today, but what we could say to the townspeople is, do you want to spend $21,000, $22,000 to get us to a point where we would know what we were looking at? And to me, and by the way, a lot of folks in town, Brian is one of them, Chrissy is another, plus, quite frankly, from a legal perspective, the firm that actually did the RFP, these people all spent a lot of time and effort out of, either volunteered or towards a reasonable reliance on our genuinely looking at this firm as giving us a bid. And the way the meeting was set up and the fact that we didn't follow that process that was laid out when we were all last together, really, to me, just doesn't value those contributions. And I think that there might be, there's feelings that are hurt when people put a lot of time and effort, they care about the outcome. And then that's how the resolution was presented, how the meeting was run. And it was, it was disappointing. And I think really what Brian is just saying, Paul, is there's so much, we have so many resources here, between legal and engineering and just people who really care. They have heart for the town. I would think that we could all work together and have those resources.
Let me ask you a question. Predicated on what you're saying, that after 20,000, we wouldn't have to go any further.
We might not, the answer might be, it doesn't make sense.
Correct. The charge for that meeting was to tell the select board whether or not to go forward up to $203,990 and some change. It was explained at the time there were two phases, phase 1 and phase 2. You're suggesting that the audience wasn't smart enough to figure out after phase 1 we would stop paying money.
I didn't suggest that.
What are you suggesting?
I suggested that it could have been presented in a two-step process, which is what was discussed at the select board.
Did VHB not say this will be in 2 steps? After the end of the first phase, we will then decide whether to go forward?
If you're willing,
it was a one-phase process.
Absolutely.
We're voting on the 200,000, which is a lot harder pill for people to swallow than 20,000.
Without knowing.
It was
without knowing other information.
Right.
Yes. Oh wait, next up.
She's next.
Thank you. I would like to go on record as saying that I was absolutely dismayed by the vote at the end of the meeting on October 15th. I can't imagine any business, any family-run business or any corporation making a decision on an approximately $250,000 in money within an hour. That's an absurdity, and it's an insult. I've got a master's degree, so I consider myself at least partly intelligent, and I did not have enough information to vote yes on that proposal after that meeting session.
Sarah, was that the issue?
I have a little more to say, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, I stop.
Thank you. I think what was generated in that process, which was very emotional more than anything else, was a whole lot of questions. I came away from that with lots of questions, which continue to evolve over the last couple of weeks. I did not feel that the engineer was able to answer the question to my satisfaction, which I asked the question, at 60 gallons per minute, are we going to have just the existing development restored, or are we going to have new development? She wasn't able to answer that question. That's a very important point. There was no discussion of grant monies or any other available funding options, which is clearly mentioned in the proposal. We had no discussion of other funding. What about a representative from Regional State Planning Commission? We might need some help. Let's get it. Let's get somebody in here. And then to the more personal level, people who didn't want to pay for tying in when they couldn't use the water themselves, how about discussion of who's gonna actually finance this in the town. And now, is my well gonna be taken out of service? That's also mentioned in the survey. Other wells will be taken out of service. That's a very important point. There are a lot of questions. I'm just touching the tip of an iceberg on all the questions that can be generated. In my experience with planning, the way it breaks down is you have multiple sessions over weeks, maybe over months. And those are in small groups with professionals who lead the meeting, and people are comfortable to ask questions and get really clear answers before they're asked to vote. We could vote on this at town meeting day. Why are we pushing this through in an hour after $7,000 spent on a water study? That's not fair to everybody in the town. That's not a good, responsible use of the taxpayer money. And as to the feelings, let's look at property valuations. Property valuations will go down if we continue to allow our central, beautiful little Jamaica to decline. Got a lot of empty buildings, can't sell them. We've talked a little bit about that tonight. Let's consider the property valuations, how we're going to continue to pay for services in the town if we don't keep up and running these historical buildings.
Quick comment. Sarah, did we not have the train report online? Do you remember?
I put the train reports
yes.
online.
Did we also put the VPH bid
That's
online?
correct.
And I did
So
read
this
both.
information that
I
you're
did
saying.
read both of those, and it's not answered in
But,
that.
well, let me go one piece at a time. We've been talking about this for a year. Usually we're talking to an empty room. I'm glad to see you all here. The other piece of it is, we put our information online. Tom did it. It's been available. If anyone took the time to look at it.
I read both.
Good, so you came informed. But the population, we can't sit down with everybody and say, did you or did you not read this? We put it out the best we can. Number two, there was a representative from RPC. Chris Campany couldn't make it, he had another one, but there was a woman there from RPC to answer any questions anybody had.
I didn't know she was there.
She introduced herself.
Yeah. The second piece, and this is when you said there was no talk about finance. Didn't Chrissy stand up and talk about finances?
Yes, and
That
grants.
was one option. We didn't, delving into that, that was not even a minute's commentary on something that's really a big decision. Those decisions are not made in an area like that. You have to have a small meeting and really get the numbers on paper. Rebecca's talking about wonderful work that Chris did. He really crunched numbers. Let's look at those numbers. And the financing
I was
numbers.
gonna say, I think there's obviously a lot of passionate people, both sides of the issue. And again, me here, I want to thank everybody for their opinions. This is to be continued. I mean, obviously, 200 years from now, we might be talking about this still, but I mean, it's going to evolve. Us refuting or refuting. Yeah, but to refute every little piece of information, I mean, obviously, it wasn't a beautiful meeting. There was probably a lot of information there on both sides of the coin, and I fully support the project. I'm not afraid to say that, but I also wanted the meeting to give the information whatever side you were on, and I think there was a lot of stuff, like Brian alluded to, that was when people are answering questions from the crowd or making statements. I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there that wasn't accurate, and there was a lot that was accurate, but as anybody walking to that meeting, they don't know which is right or wrong. And I think we got to swallow hard and not necessarily take it personally. I mean, everybody's in this together, so I'm not saying what's right or wrong, but I don't think we right now should be refuting every little comment that comes out. Thank you for your comments.
Well,
Thank you.
You had a question next.
It was a bit confusing. The whole meeting was very confusing. And what I would like to say is, how did we get to this point when somebody proposed coming up with public water for the village? Or were there other options that we've talked about prior to? I think there are an awful lot of options available to us, instead of spending possibly 1.5 million or 10 million or whatever on city water, when we can secure the septic systems in the village And we can also secure some kind of cooperative wells within the village, which would make a lot of sense to me, that the homeowners and business owners in the village take responsibility for what they have, so they're not spending $2,500 a year for public water. They can have water with the cooperative being 5 people or 10 people or whatever it might be. Why haven't we even looked at the opportunities that are obvious to us? I know as a homeowner that I'm taking care of my responsibilities with sewage and water, and I know that my water can't be close to my sewage, and we have state guidelines to do that. So there's probably, I'm not sure about this because this isn't my my expertise, but there's probably, 5 wells in the village that can take care of the water that's going to be untainted in the village, and there's going to be probably 5 or 10 septic systems that can handle the output of gray and wastewater. So I'm just wondering why we haven't even thought about that, or maybe we have thought about it, and maybe it's been poo-pooed or whatever.
Well, it wasn't poo-pooed. There are a number of residences here within the village who have collectively shared, are currently collectively sharing water or sewage systems. We, for example, get our sewage over here on Hank's place. But the issue is that was discussed. In fact, if I remember correctly, and I can't tell you how many times I read the Dufresne thing, but that she may have mentioned that some of the wells were if not co-located, at least shared. So that was discussed as a existing system that people are using, and the suggestion was, why can't we just expand on that? And that becomes individual stuff, as opposed to the town's responsibility to enforce it.
Bravo.
Does that comply with what you guys remember the conversation? Please understand, I don't want to get defensive in here, but we've been talking about this for what, a year now?
And I'm sorry I'm Johnny come lately.
Well, you're always welcome.
But it would just make sense to me that we continue our talks about that rather than the incredible amount of money that it's going to cost to bring water to the village. And we know it's going to be a lot of money.
Yeah, and I think that's us as representing the whole town presents this is the big thing, and then it's maybe up to several individuals and community organizations to find those unique solutions within their own areas.
It might be the select board that recommends to property owners in the village that we can get some funding from state or federal or whatever it may be to try and research that and do what we need to do to make that happen.
Some other solution.
I would think, even the townspeople would probably be willing to help the village people pay for added expenses within the village. I mean, we want to make the village healthy. We would, I know as a taxpayer, I would consider and probably share in those expenses.
Thank you. I think that makes sense. I have no problem. I don't think any of us have a problem with that. The issue that we ended up chewing on was this municipal water supply because it had a fairly strong presence in our atmosphere. People were coming in to talk about that. The people upstream that voted no, ultimately the 2/3 of the town that said no, weren't here all the time to become part of the conversation as much as we were kind of representing everybody as best we could. But you're exactly right. So much of their small pockets of things throughout Vermont where the locals have gotten together and done their own thing without state regulation, without somebody implementing a forced process. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
I would welcome the state staying out of it, and I would welcome the town of Jamaica taking the responsibilities and helping the village people do what they have to do.
Yes.
The problem that has to be solved is the fact that buildings have, it's a very tight village. There's not a lot of area. That septic tanks are less than 100 feet from wells. So the problem, I don't think anybody wants to spend $1 million if they don't have to. The problem is, how do you get water to the town separated from the septic? And if there's a better way to do it than bringing a pipe in from the mountains or putting a septic system in, that would be ideal because it would cost less money. The question is finding out how to separate the water from the sewage. Any building here, the restaurant across the street can't have seats because there's no place they can drill a well.
I'm talking about a cooperative well.
Absolutely.
Maybe 500 or 600 feet away from that restaurant.
Well, that becomes right. That becomes public water supply.
And we do know how to engineer septic systems to take care of the wastewaters, and we are doing it throughout the town. So I'm talking about cooperative waste systems for the village.
I don't think anyone would object to that if it were possible.
In fact, on that note of agreement, that discussion that you two are having, that we're all witnessing, is the kind of discussion that would, I think, move us further in the direction of accomplishing what ultimately we all want, and that's growth in town. That conversation wasn't happening all like that because the two groups are somewhat distant. I think now, I agree with what you said, or somebody said that this thing isn't dead. You all have an opportunity to bring it back. The question is, it needs to come back, in my mind, taking into consideration the 2/3 of the town that said no. Did they say no out of ignorance or out of knowledge that I don't want to pay for?
Can I just interject one thought? It was 78 people said no.
And
Not
32 said yes.
Right. And
So
those are the only people that showed up.
My point is, as I put out at the time, these decisions in this town since the day I took on this job have been built around who shows up.
Well, that's not a
And if one does not show up, one does not always get the voice. We are here 2 weeks, every other week, to an empty room. This kind of discussion, this kind of participation is welcome. We've never chased anybody out of here. We struggle with these ideas because we're trying to come up with a plan that helps everybody in town, not just one faction or another. Please, the discussion, keep it going. But I think what John's talking about, did you introduce yourself, by the way?
I'm sorry.
To the camera?
I'm sorry. John Raculano.
There it is.
West
Smile.
Jamaica Road.
Yeah. That kind of a conversation, I think, is extremely important in this town. At a pace and a tone, by the way, which I really appreciate. Were there any other hands? Anybody's way in the back. Did you have your hand up earlier?
No.
No?
I have other business.
Oh, other business. Oh, we'll get to it here. Sorry. All right.
Sweet.
So, do not lose faith. We are not tossing you aside. You're far too valuable to the planning commission. We don't want you losing faith. Don't take it personal. The issues need to be done. I apologize if somehow in my neglected to ask everybody in town, do you want to make a statement? Clearly everybody could have, because I called on several people. In fact, Greg did a pretty good job of calling on several people. I believe you had a chance to talk that night. Did you not?
I did.
Yes. We appreciate that, because we know you've got the expertise. Anyway, yes, sir.
It's not all Paul, all right? Paul's speaking right now. We have sat here and really talked this thing over. Have we not? We have.
Yeah.
I mean, whether the outcome of the people here or other people that were for it being defeated are not here, we have the responsibility to do what's best for the town or follow the town's wishes. And we really were like, you know, just constantly trying to come up with more ways, especially more members than others, to get information out and figure this thing out and have, not drag it too long, and not push it through. I mean, we have sat here and talked this over.
And we put the whole meeting off a month to give people more time to come up with more information. I think that was one of the questions you'd asked us a couple months ago.
Initially, yeah, Amanda.
I will say, he asked to talk at the meeting and was put down to talk.
Who was it?
Brian. He asked if he could talk, and he said, let's let everyone present.
Wait a minute.
And Karen asked if he could stand up.
Wait,
He said no.
hold on.
It was just Karen. It was Karen.
Karen asked.
Karen asked, and it was rejected.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry, I lost it. Karen asked to speak?
No, Karen asked if Brian could join the professionals and
Who
be
did she
someone
ask?
to respond. She asked Greg Jolly. Greg Jolly said,
No, Paul.
No, she asked Paul.
She asked you if me as a hydrogeologist could be on the technical board discussing hydrogeology. And you said, let's see.
When did that happen?
During the meeting.
In the beginning of the meeting.
Your answer was, let's see how it goes, and we'll bring them up.
I don't recall that, but I certainly, sounds like me.
That's just like, well, we had an agenda or
Well, we were trying to control it. I mean, part of the issue, we were afraid it was gonna get out of control. And we didn't. We can thank Greg Jolly for that. Okay. Anything else? We should chat. On this topic. Other than that, we have an additional public in the back who's sitting there patiently. Yes, sir. Introduce yourself to the camera, please.
Yeah, I'm Pete Andrews, Jamaica. Over the years since the flood, I've requested that the select board look into putting some riprap on Back Street.
Whereabouts on Back Street?
That's between my 4-bay garages, roughly 120 Water Street, actually, not River, Water Street. And I brought this before the boards in 2013 and 2014 when some funding was available to do this riprap. And I've got some information here I'll leave with you guys. But basically, it got passed over. I've been waiting my turn until all the other flood issues were cleared up. And I'd like to have the selectmen look at this issue again. And I understand there is some money available for this type of thing. Now, this is rumor. I don't know if you guys have heard about it or not. I saw it someplace. And at one time in 2014, I offered to pay 10% of the cost of doing this. And I think roughly it's going to cost $20,000. And in the 76, after the 76 flood, the state came in and put big riprap in there, 4-foot rocks, and they protected that road. After this last flood, they put in round boulders, and these are going to just wash away. And every other place in town has been riprapped, and actually FEMA made you guys redo a couple because they were improperly done. So I would like to have this looked at and dealt with. It's protecting the town roads. I've lost 20 feet between the river and the road, which I'm glad to sacrifice if it helps protect the town road, and incidentally my property's on the other side.
Could you do me a favor? Tomorrow, are you going to be in the neighborhood tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm going to be elsewhere, but in the morning I can do something.
Come out in the morning, and I'll sit down, because I've got all the FEMA stuff upstairs. If they, let's talk about that, because that's going to be some very specific stuff. I'll need to know exactly where and get some more
I
details.
got the guy from the state, I can't remember his name, is Pat or Ty, came down and looked at it.
Taiwanese?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And he looked at it and said, yeah, this is unsustainable, it will wash away because it's just round boulders. When they did the riprap across the river, they made a ramp down it and they filled it in with small boulders, which are even less stable.
Look, come on in tomorrow morning, because Todd Manise has been promoted out of that, but the other guy who's taking his place, his name is Casey, he's a really good guy. And I will get some information for you on that.
Okay.
Because that's still part of the
I
FEMA
got a little
stuff.
article which says you would take care of that like 4 or 5 years ago, so let me give you that.
Okay.
Paul, I would just ask you, any information that you get, you share with the rest of the.
Everybody, sure.
Prior to the next meeting.
Bring the date of this, March 2014. Okay, I will research this, I'll get information to everybody, so we'll laugh about it. Yeah, we're not gonna let that go.
What's a good time tomorrow, Paul?
I get here 8:35, 8:45 timeframe.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I'll get some more specifics on that, and I'll get the names of the people we talked to and the dates and stuff, and we can move forward. That shouldn't be bad.
Okay.
Okay, is there anything else I've forgotten? Right, Seth, go.
I'd like to bring something up real quick.
Sure.
Lou Brusso came to me at the Valentine event, which, thank you, Ray, for doing that. It was really fantastic. Everyone came to see him speak at the town hall. It was really great. But he came to me and said that the wireless access point here has failed. Or not the wireless, the router failed, and we're gonna need to buy a new router.
For the town?
For up here, he took the historical foundations and we're using that temporarily, but one of the circuits is down right now.
Oh.
Yeah, so we need to buy a device. It would cost probably $100. I just want to get you guys support. I think that we can just do that without any sort of vote.
Sure, that's something
Just
that, yeah,
inform people.
that's office supply,
And
basically.
that you can do that sometime. I may just pick it up at Staples
Okay.
and sell it this weekend.
All right, thank you, I didn't know
Yep.
that.
That's what he told me.
That could explain part of the difficult I'm having.
Yes, you're having difficulty because you don't have.
It's just not my skills or lack thereof. All right, anybody else have anything else they'd like to bring up? We're going to go to executive session in a moment, but I want to give everyone the opportunity to say anything else they wanted to before we move forward.
Thank you.
Come back and see us anytime. We're here.
Thank you all.
Maybe we have to
Yes,
bring
thanks everyone
cookies.
for the great comments.
Maybe we have to bring cookies to get everybody here more often.
So that being said, I move to find that premature general knowledge of personnel issue would clearly place said personnel at substantial disadvantage because the select board would potentially give information if it discusses this in public.
That's what we have to do.
Oh, yeah, no.
Now you're privy to what we have to do to.
No, I
make it.
recognize it.
Hold on a second.
I second.
Thank
Have
you.
a second. Do we have any further discussion? Here, none.
Hurry.
I'm
leaving town.
So, we're gonna vote on that?
I'm aiming for Saturday or
So we have
something.
to, once we decide that that's correct, then we have
Thus, I move that we enter into executive session to discuss said personnel issue under provisions of Title I, Section 313A1A of the Vermont statutes.
Do I have a second? Further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We will take a few minutes to get to put us on that. Okay, select board is reconvened after the executive
Is
session.
that, make a motion to adjourn the meeting?
A second?
We have to reconvene and then come out of executive session
We just reconvened, didn't we?
Just reconvene, you know?
and state to that there is no decision made,
No decision made. No action to be taken.
no actions taken.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We stand adjourned at 8:45.